Chapter 158. Guyue Mo Chen's heart was heavy. He originally wanted to recruit Fang Yuan, but he gave up because of his aptitude. Now, his old rival Guyue Lian had actually hooked up with Fang Yuan. There were even signs that Qi Lian had started to invest in Fang Yuan over a year ago. Now, his investment had paid off and the Qi faction had gained a new elder. How could he not feel heavy? Apart from being serious, Mo Chen also had some doubts. He was Guyue Lian's old rival. They had been competing against each other since they were young. He knew Guyue so well that he even knew what color underwear Guyue liked to wear. Logically speaking, Guyue Lian should have become cocky and looked at Mo Chen with disdain and pride. But now, Mo Chen's face was gloomy, as if he had suffered a loss. This was too strange. What had happened between him and Fang Yuan? What kind of agreement had they reached? Guyue Mo Chen couldn't understand. This Fang Yuan is too daring. He actually dares to threaten me. Guyue Lian's heart was filled with anger and doubt. Last night, Fang Yuan had secretly found him and threatened him with Guyue Cheng's aptitude. Heavens! Only he, Guyue Lian, and his grandson, Qi Cheng, knew this secret. He, Fang Yuan, was just an outsider. How did he know? Guyue Cheng was only a C-grade aptitude, but for the benefit of the entire Qi faction, Qi Lian had to take the risk and create the illusion that he was B-grade aptitude. If this matter was revealed, it would be an unprecedented blow to the Qi faction. The head of the Qi faction had broken his promise and personally cheated. This was practically a complete loss of reputation. More importantly, the Qi faction's successor was only C-grade aptitude. This meant that the Qi faction had almost no political future. Who would be stupid enough to rely on such a faction? Fang Yuan grasping this secret was equivalent to grasping the entire Qi faction's weakness. When he was threatened by Fang Yuan, Guyue almost couldn't help but kill him. But he forced himself to hold back, because he didn't know who else knew this secret, who Fang Yuan had told, and what kind of letters and other evidence were left somewhere. Calm him down first, figure out the situation, and then deal with him. I can't let this scourge live. That was what he thought at that time. But soon after, Fang Yuan revealed his rank 3 cultivation. Surprised and bewildered, Qi Cheng could only change his idea to compromise. Rank 3 was already a clan elder. If one wanted to kill a clan elder, the seriousness of this matter was no different from cheating. Moreover, to deal with a rank 3 Gu master, he could not be dealt with in a short period of time, and the commotion would be even more troublesome. Falling out with Fang Yuan wouldn't benefit the Qi faction at all, and the risk was even greater. Although Fang Yuan has something on me, knowing the same secret is also a kind of alliance. In the end, Qi Lian could only console himself hypocritically. Fang Yuan's threat came out of nowhere, and he didn't know how many trump cards Fang Yuan had, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Now, Fang Yuan fearlessly dragged him out to attract the firepower for Fang Yuan. It was like putting Guyue Lian on a rack to roast. But Guyue Lian knew this, so what could he do? At this time, he heard Fang Yuan say slowly, Guyue Yao Ji, I know you are feeling very unbalanced. Yes, your great-granddaughter died without a complete corpse, and your medicine faction has no one to continue. But I, a C-grade talent kid, advanced to rank 3. You are angry and uncomfortable, so you want to vent your anger on me. I can understand. What did you say? Guyue Yao Ji stared with wide eyes, unable to restrain her anger. Little thing, I'm telling you, Guyue Yao Lu is not dead. Fang Yuan laughed, shrugging his shoulders indifferently. What does her death have to do with me? Yao Ji, you don't have to emphasize it so much. But... He suddenly changed the topic. You, Guyue Yao Ji, in order to search for your granddaughter, you gathered people and wasted a lot of manpower and resources. This has something to do with me, with all the clan elders here, and with Lord Clan Leader. Guyue Yao Ji, letting you lead the medicine hall is because everyone trusts you. But what did you do? You sent all the healing gu masters of the medicine hall out to search for your granddaughter. You ignored those injured gu masters and our clansmen. You are too selfish. Yao Li's sacrifice is indeed the clan's loss. But you made the loss even greater. You are not fit to be the clan elder of this medicine hall. Fang Yuan's words pierced the heart, each word exposing Yao Ji's reverse scale and scars. But what he said was indeed reasonable. Hearing Fang Yuan's words, many clan elders secretly frowned. Which clan did not have injured gu masters? Guyue Yao Ji's actions were indeed too much, transferring healing gu masters on her own and not doing proper business, to search for her own granddaughter. You. Guyue Yao Ji trembled in anger, pointing at Fang Yuan, unable to speak for a moment. Her eyes seemed to be spewing fire, wishing she could strangle this hateful Fang Yuan to death on the spot. Fang Yuan's gaze was cold, meeting her gaze without fear. He was giving her a taste of her own medicine. Guyue Yao Ji's words just now were filled with righteousness, arousing the curiosity of many clan elders towards the secret of Fang Yuan's advancement. Fang Yuan's words were the same, every word was reasonable, standing on the highest point of the clan's rules, causing many clan elders to subconsciously defend him. To the clan elders, defending the clan's rules was equivalent to defending their own interests. Guyue Yao Ji's actions these days had indeed infringed on their interests. This Fang Yuan, bastard. Truly a bastard. Guyue Yao Ji trembled in anger, not knowing that Guyue Lian was also fuming with anger. Fang Yuan had offended Guyue Yao Ji to death. Fang Yuan was hated by Yao Ji, and the chief faction that Fang Yuan had joined would probably also be angered by Yao Ji. But in fact, his chief faction was really innocent. Was he, Guyue Lian, a fool? Why would he offend Guyue Yao Ji, who had the most connections and seniority, for no reason? Guyue Lian subconsciously shrunk his body, praying in his heart, I hope the other clan elders don't shift their attention to me. Fang Yuan's actions were his own idea, it had nothing to do with his chief faction. But Fang Yuan's next words completely shattered Qi Lian's fantasies into countless pieces. He suddenly turned around and reported to clan leader Guyue Bo, Lord Clan Leader, I deeply doubt if Guyue Yao Ji has the ability to continue managing the medicine hall. I propose to temporarily revoke her position as the medicine hall clan elder, and at the same time, conduct another inspection on her. Every healing gu master in the clan is precious. We cannot let her squander them like this. Otherwise, the ones who will suffer are the gu masters who shed blood for the clan, brave and brave. After a pause, he continued, my suggestion, Elder Qi Lian is also in favor. What? Guyue Yao Ji's pupils shrunk, her expression changing. What? The clan elders were shocked. Guyue Lian's attitude was so clear, did it mean that he was already dissatisfied with Yao Ji, coveting the huge benefits in her hands, and wanted to meddle? What? As the person involved, Guyue Lian almost jumped up from his seat. How could he not be angry? He was about to go crazy from anger because of Fang Yuan. This Fang Yuan not only offended Guyue Yao Ji, he even dragged him, Guyue Lian, into the water. His political attitude towards the medicine faction was to be close and cooperate. But now, his long-term efforts were ruined by Fang Yuan's one sentence. Fang Yuan was blatantly framing and spreading rumors in front of the person involved. But he, Guyue Lian, the Grand Chief faction leader, was helpless against this scoundrel Fang Yuan. Oh, Elder Qi Lian, you also have this attitude? Guyue Bo's gaze flashed as he asked. Guyue Lian gritted his teeth, slowly standing up. He stiffened his neck, refusing to look at Fang Yuan. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would not be able to control his anger. Now that things had come to this, and he had no way to deal with Fang Yuan, he could only grit his teeth and admit it. Revoking Yao Ji's position was Fang Yuan's personal intention. The wolf tide is imminent, suddenly changing her is not appropriate. But I truly believe that Lord Yaoji, because of her personal feelings, used the healing Gu master's strength excessively. If this strength was used where it should be used, it would reduce the clan's losses. As he said this, he felt his heart bleeding. He naturally would not go along with Fang Yuan's words, because he had his own benefits. In these words, he had tried his best to find a balance between Fang Yuan and Yao Ji. But even so, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a puff. He turned his head and saw Guyu Yao Ji spitting out a mouthful of blood due to her extreme anger, then falling backwards. It's over. I've offended Yao Ji. At this moment, Guyu Lian felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, his heart turning cold. Lord Yao Ji. Someone, quickly take a look at her. She has fainted, don't worry. Lord Yao Ji has not rested for 3 days and 3 nights, she is exhausted and needs to rest. The hall was bustling for a while before quieting down. Guyu Yao Ji was carried away on a stretcher. She was old, and after training for so many days, she was mentally exhausted, and after being provoked by Fang Yuan and Qiu Yan, adding insult to injury, it would be strange if she did not faint. Lord Yao Ji has been managing the medicine hall for so many years, she is too tired. Actually, letting her rest is for her own good. With Lord Yao Ji in a coma, the medicine hall cannot be left unattended for a day. I suggest that Fang Yuan take over. Guyu Lian suddenly said. This old man stood in front of his seat, watching Guyu Yao Ji being carried out, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Since he had already offended them, then he would thoroughly offend them and make the best of it. In order to prevent the medicine hall from retaliating, he might as well directly suppress them. This was the awareness and experience of a politician in a high position. The hall fell into a short silence. Yao Li's death and Yao Ji's collapse indicated that the medicine hall's decline was inevitable. The cruelty of politics was sometimes even more heartless than a wolf tide. Fang Yuan was also silent. Letting him take the position of medicine hall elder, Guyu Lian was just casually saying it. Letting a newly promoted young elder take such an important position. Unless the brains of the other clan elders and the clan leader were fried. Guyu Lian deliberately said this, of course he had his own deeper meaning. As expected, at the next moment, Guyu Bo said, the position of medicine hall will be temporarily held by Elder Qi Zhong. Fang Yuan's cultivation level is true, he has indeed reached rank 3, according to the clan rules, he will be promoted to the position of clan elder. Spread this news, let the entire village celebrate. Saying so, Guyu Bo stood up, flicked his sleeves and left. Congratulations, congratulations. After the clan leader left, the group of clan elders walked to Fang Yuan, cupping their fists with a face full of smiles. Fang Yuan also cupped his fists, welcoming them with a smile. Chapter 159. Congrats, congrats. Elder Fang Yuan is young and promising, a role model for the younger generation. I look forward to seeing Elder Fang Yuan's elegant demeanor when we work together in the future, haha. A group of clan elders surrounded Fang Yuan, saying all sorts of beautiful words. The academy elder stood at the periphery of the crowd, looking at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. He never thought that there would be a day when Fang Yuan would be promoted to an elder. In that year, he was most optimistic about Fang Zheng, followed by Qi Cheng and Ma Bei. Who would have thought that the first one to be successful would be Fang Yuan? How can my little achievement compare to the achievements of all the seniors? I owe it all to the family's nurturing to be where I am today. Academy Elder, I have always remembered your teachings. A warm smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face, he was humble and cautious. The Academy Elder never thought that the prickly Fang Yuan would take the initiative to greet him. He was stunned for a moment, then showed a gratified expression, looks like you have matured a lot these years. Elder Fang Yuan, work hard. The family needs new blood like you, I am proud of you. Fang Yuan once again thanked the academy elders sincerely, and at the same time, he responded to the other elders. He had 500 years of experience, this kind of acting was a piece of cake. He advanced and retreated, his words were gentle, his attitude was humble, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. Guyue watched coldly from the side, the more he watched, the colder his heart became. This Fang Yuan's way of dealing with the situation, his every word was so reserved, was he really just a teenager? Could it be that he was born to be a politician? The academy elder was shocked. He thought back to when they were in school, Fang Yuan was so unruly, even exploiting his classmates. He felt a headache because of this, he did not expect Fang Yuan to have such an earth-shattering transformation. On the other hand, Guyue and Mo Chen were not surprised by Fang Yuan's behavior. He had already experienced Fang Yuan's schemes. At this moment, looking at Fang Yuan's cultured and refined manner, becoming the center of attention and the center of the crowd, he sighed in his heart that Guyue had practiced a good move. This exchange was casual and did not last long. But no matter what the clan elders were thinking, no matter where they stood, they couldn't help but look at Fang Yuan in a new light. They all sighed in their hearts. Rumors were indeed unreliable. In the end, Fang Yuan politely declined the invitations of some elders and left the patriarch pavilion with a smile on his face together with Guyue. Are you satisfied now? Not only did you topple Guyue and Yao Ji, you even dragged our Qi family into this. Qi Lian finally stopped pretending in the study, and the smile on his face was replaced by anger. Fang Yuan sat opposite him and said with a smile, speaking of which, you have to thank me for this matter. With Guyue and Yao Ji's downfall, it is your Qi branch that has gained a great advantage. Guyue's eyes flickered, young man, your thinking is too simple. Qi Zhong may be a member of my Qi branch, but his wife is from the Yao branch. The clan leader appointed him as a temporary medicine hall elder only to balance the internal strife between my Qi and Yao branches. How on earth did you know about Qi Cheng? At the end of his speech, Guyue suddenly asked. His eyes were fixed on Fang Yuan, flashing with the sharpness of an eagle. Fang Yuan shrugged indifferently and said, Old man, I don't have enough yuan stones on me. Give me 3,000 first. Bang! Guyue fiercely slammed the table and growled in a low voice, Fang Yuan. Don't think that just because you know this secret that you can control my Qi branch. I'm old and don't have many years left to live. At worst, I'll give up my life. I can accept cooperation, but I won't be threatened. I won't allow what happened today to happen a second time. If you carelessly make enemies and then casually drag my Qi branch into this mess, you will definitely regret it. Do you really think that secret can destroy the entire Qi branch? Don't be naive. Fang Yuan was silent, his eyes distant as he let Guyue berate him. After Guyue slammed the table, his aura was as shocking as a tiger, but the more he spoke, the weaker it became. In the end, it was obvious that he was out of breath and lacking confidence. Until he stopped talking, Fang Yuan leisurely smiled, Old man, don't be so angry. I'm indeed short on money recently. I'm not asking for these 3,000 yuan stones from you for free, I'm borrowing them from you. I can write an IOU for you. Guyue coldly snorted, his tone slightly relaxed, you won't be lacking in yuan stones. You've just become an elder, so you don't know the preferential treatment the clan gives to elders. As long as you're an elder, you'll get 100 yuan stone every week. And this is the amount during peacetime. Now that the wolf tide is here, you'll get 300 yuan stone every week. Not only that, you can also get a rank 3 gu worm for free. At the same time, the clan's recipes, from rank 1 to rank 3, will be open to you. You can choose as many recipes as you like to refine your rank 3 gu worm. There are also other privileges, for example, ordinary gu masters can only marry one wife. After becoming an elder, they can marry one wife and 2 concubines. So it's like that. Fang Yuan was naturally aware of this, but on the surface, he showed an expression as if he was hearing it for the first time. But even so, I still want to borrow 3,000 yuan stone. You know, I just advanced to rank 3. Refining a rank 3 gu worm naturally requires a large amount of yuan stone. Fang Yuan sincerely said. Gu Yue was silent. He pondered, with Fang Yuan's status as an elder, he won't go so far as to not pay back his debt. Then what about his reputation? But what if he dies in the wolf tide, then wouldn't my 3,000 yuan stone be for naught? Wait, isn't it better if he dies? Qiqing's aptitude can continue to be concealed. But this secret, how did he know? Who else knew about it? I might as well lend it to him first, and lower his guard, before probing him. Thinking so, Gu Yue did not persist, and took out a pen and paper. Fang Yuan wrote an IOU, and made a fingerprint. Gu Yue called the housekeeper, and instructed. Soon, a few full money bags were brought over. Fang Yuan weighed each money bag in his hand, but did not find any problems. He really needed this yuan stone. To refine the man-beast life burial gu, he had almost used up all his savings. These 3,000 yuan stone could be considered a timely rain. Advancing to rank 3 was just the beginning. He needed to refine a rank 3 gu worm, to truly possess the fighting strength and survivability of a rank 3 gu master. Regarding this, he already had a rough plan in his heart. 3,000 yuan stone might not be enough. But it was not important, the Qi faction would be his large bank. Borrowing yuan stone this time was just the beginning. If there was a first time, there would be a second time, first time unfamiliar, second time familiar. As for paying back the debt, after getting the yuan stone, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to leave, but smiled, I still want to borrow something. Don't push your luck. Gu Yue's expression sank, but he still said, speak, what is it? Cleansing water gu. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, and said frankly. The caravan had once sold a cleansing water gu, if anyone was most likely to buy this gu, it was most likely Gu Yue gu. Because he used his own primeval essence to nurture his grandson Qiqing's aperture, raising his cultivation. This caused the aperture to contain a strange aura that could only be removed by cleansing water gu. Absolutely not. Gu Yue gu resolutely refused. He had indeed bought that cleansing water gu, but this gu worm was prepared for his grandson Gu Yue Cheng. If he wanted to buy it again, he would have to rely on luck. Don't be so ruthless. Fang Yuan chuckled, a cleansing water gu or the Qi faction's reputation, which is more important, I believe Lord Gu Yuelyan, as the Qi faction's leader, can clearly distinguish between them. Gu Yuelyan's expression completely sank, turning cold. He fiercely stared at Fang Yuan, gritting his teeth. Fang Yuan, you need to know what you are doing. You are extorting me, extorting the Grand Qi faction's leader. No, I am not extorting, this is a discussion. I am only borrowing the cleansing water gu, I will return you a new one in the future. I can also write an IOU for this. Fang Yuan smiled, but his tone was firm, showing his determination to obtain it. Don't even think about it. Qi Lian's attitude was also firm. An hour later, Fang Yuan left Qi clan with 3,000 yuan stones and a cleansing water gu. Meanwhile, Gu Yuelyan was sitting in the study, looking at the two light IOU slips written by Fang Yuan on the table. The anger in his heart was like a surging river, surging endlessly. Qi faction's weakness was in Fang Yuan's hands, causing Qi Lian to be in an extremely passive position. Fang Yuan's victory was also within reason. 3 days later. Fang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his face reflecting a white light. A white ball of light floated in the air, the gu fusion had reached its final stage. Fang Yuan used his consciousness to maintain the ball of light while throwing yuan stone after yuan stone into the ball of light. The ball of light suddenly disappeared, and a brand new gu flew into Fang Yuan's palm. Its appearance was like a large ladybug. Its semicircular milky white carapace was dotted with black spots. Its size was relatively large, about the size of an adult's fist. Rank 3 Sky Canopy Goo. Finally, the fusion is complete. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This was his second fusion. Sky Canopy Goo was fused from the rank 2 White Jade Goo and a Water Attribute Defensive Goo. Fang Yuan's first fusion used the Water Shield Goo and the White Jade Goo. The fusion failed, and the Water Shield Goo died. The Water Element Defensive Goo worm he used this time was exchanged with Fang Yuan's last bit of battle merit points. However, this Sky Canopy Goo was not Fang Yuan's first rank 3 Goo. His first rank 3 Goo worm was directly taken from the clan. After advancing to rank 3 and becoming a clan elder, the clan would reward a rank 3 Goo for free. Thus, Fang Yuan chose the Thunderwings Goo. This Goo was the spoils of war that the clan elders obtained after killing a frenzy lightning wolf. It could condense a pair of lightning wings, allowing the Goo Master to fly for a short period of time. With the Thunderwings Goo's assistance in movement, Fang Yuan's last weakness in battle strength was filled. Chapter 160. Lord Fang Yuan, this is the secret room, please enter. In the dark underground tunnel, a rank 2 Goo Master old man was walking in front, leading the way for Fang Yuan. The secret room that stored the clan's Goo Worm fusion recipes was not far ahead. After Fang Yuan advanced to clan elder, his status changed drastically. The clan's collection of fusion recipes, as long as they were not rank 4 or 5, he had the authority to look through them. If it was an ordinary rank 1 or rank 2 Goo Master, they would have to use Yuan stones or battle merits to exchange for the recipes. This secret room was located underground in the village, and was extremely secretive. Even if the village was razed to the ground, this secret room would still exist. Back then, the founder of the Guyue village, the first-generation clan leader, found a spirit spring in this underground cave, and made the decision to establish the village here. After generations of clan leaders' management and development, the underground cave of the Guyue village had become the Guyue clan's secret base. Normally, ordinary Goo Masters did not have the authority to enter this place. Only clan elders and clan leaders, as well as the Dark Hall Goo Masters in charge of guarding this place, had this authority. Many Goo Masters only came here once in their lives. That was the aptitude ceremony. The youngsters would come to the Spirit Spring Flower Sea and use the Hope Goo to open their aperture. Other than that, unless there was a special reason, the underground cave was absolutely forbidden for unauthorized people to enter. Even the Goo Masters guarding this place had gone through strict selection. After all, the Spirit Spring in the underground cave was the foundation of the entire Guyue village. The large amounts of Yuan stones that condensed from the spring supported the cultivation of all the Goo Masters in the Guyue clan. As they walked along the tunnel, the sound of their footsteps reverberated unceasingly. The murmur of a flowing river could be vaguely heard. That was the underground river in the cave. After a while, the Goo Master led Fang Yuan to a stone door. He patted his stomach, and a goo flew out of his aperture, and in a flash, it hit the stone door. The stone door's surface rippled, like a stone thrown into the water. Next, the light on the stone door's surface changed, and gradually disappeared, revealing the secret room inside. The secret chamber was not small. It was about an acre in size. Every few steps, there would be a stone table half the height of a person. Dozens of stone tables had white jade plates on them, and there was a goo worm resting quietly on the plates. These goo worms came in all kinds of colors and were about the size of a fist. They looked very similar, like silkworms. On its head were two compound eyes similar to those of a bee or a dragonfly. His compound eyes were brightly colored, like enamel glass. However, its surface was not soft. It was covered with a layer of glossy carapace, and the carapace even had a metallic luster. Lord Fang Yuan, this is your first time in this secret chamber. Let me introduce them to you. These rank 2 digital shadow goo all had a recipe recorded in them. The green digital shadow goo contained almost all the rank 1 recipes in the clan. The red and black digital shadow goo contained a rank 2 recipe. The white goo contained a rank 3 recipe. The orange digital shadow goo contained the rank 4 recipe. As for the rank 5 recipe, it is naturally in the purple digital shadow goo at the center of the stone platform. At the side, the elderly goo master introduced. The digital shadow goo was a type of goo worm that could record images. One step further would be the rank 3 photo-audio goo. After fusing it into a photo-audio goo, not only could it record images, it could also hear sounds. In the rock crack secret cave, the flower wine monk used a photo-audio goo to leave Fang Yuan his last words regarding the inheritance. But recording the recipe did not require sound, thus the digital shadow goo was enough. The fusion recipe was extremely precious. If it was recorded on ordinary bamboo paper, if it was stolen, not only could it be used to fuse the Guyue clan's unique goo worm, it would also be a serious leak of the clan's information. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. An experienced goo master could tell the strengths and weaknesses of the fused goo worm from a recipe. If the recipe was leaked, to a clan, it would be a huge loss. In future battles between goo masters, the clan's goo masters could be countered by the enemy. Thus, recipes were strictly controlled, graded, and specially preserved. The digital shadow goo was easy to refine, and the cost was not high. It was the most common method of preserving recipes. Lord Fang Yuan, these digital shadow goo belong to the Secret Hall clan elder, but it does not hinder you from activating your primeval essence and reading it. It is just that with your current status, you are still unable to read rank 4 and rank 5 recipes. There are 2 more points. The secret room is the clan's important place, your every move here will be monitored in secret. Every day, you can only stay in this secret room for 15 minutes at a time. After the time is up, you will have to come out. The elderly goo master said again. I understand. Fang Yuan nodded. Lord Fang Yuan, I do not have the authority to enter, I will stand at the door. Once the time is up, I will call you out. The elderly bowed. Fang Yuan stepped into the secret room. Just as he entered, the stone door behind him turned from virtual to real, locking him in the secret room alone. Walking in the secret room, it was quiet. Footsteps echoed in his ears, and on the surrounding walls, there were a few water-like goo. The light emitted from their bodies rippled like water, and as the light and shadow changed, there were layers of ripples, bright and dim. Fang Yuan took out a red and black goo worm, and injected his white-silver primeval essence into it. Immediately, the digital shadow goo's compound eyes shone with 2 pillars of rainbow light. He slightly raised the digital shadow goo, and aimed the compound eyes at the white jade plate on the stone platform. The 2 pillars of rainbow light converged on the white jade plate, and after a series of changes, words appeared. This was a recipe on how to refine the moon's car goo. First, it listed the pros and cons of the moon's car goo. The advantage of the moon's car goo was its attack range, which was twice that of the moonlight goo. Its weakness was that its attack power was not outstanding. Next was the refinement recipe. The moon's car goo was refined from the combination of the moonlight goo and the scar stone goo. Next was the matters to take note of during the refinement, and the trick during the refinement, if you add some jade stones in the middle of the refinement. Or at night when there was plenty of moonlight, refining outdoors would have a higher chance of success. Finally was the experiences of the refiners of the past. This part had the most content, with a voluminous amount of over 10,000 words. Fang Yuan looked at it, and memorized some things in his heart. After all, it was the crystallization of countless people's experiences and experiences. Some of the content, even Fang Yuan did not know. After all, the moonlight goo was a goo unique to the Guyue clan. In his previous life, he had never obtained the position of clan elder, and came here to read. Time was limited, so Fang Yuan hurriedly glanced at it, and put the digital shadow goo back to its original position, and then specifically looked at the white digital shadow goo. In the white digital shadow goo, it recorded the refinement recipes of rank 3 goo worms. Most of them were not suitable for Fang Yuan, and the goo worms needed were all based on the moon whirl goo, moon's car goo, and so on. Fang Yuan did not look at it in detail, and to save time, he only glanced at it hurriedly. He had previously combined the moonlight goo with the little light goo to refine the moonglow goo. On the basis of the moonglow goo, there were only 3 refinement recipes that caught Fang Yuan's eye. The first was the rank 3 golden moon goo. The range was still the same as 10 steps, but the attack power was increased. Once it was shot out, the golden crescent was half a person's height, and emitted a trace of domineering might. The second was the frost moon goo. The moon blade was eerie white and cold, emitting a frosty aura. The victim would feel the cold enter their body, and their movement would be slow. The third was the phantom moon goo. This goo was special. It was not used to attack, but once activated, it would allow the goo master to create a phantom, diverting firepower and confusing the enemy. Especially this phantom moon goo, if it was refined, it could be used as a base to advance, and above that would be the rank 4 moonshadow goo. Moonshadow goo can be planted into a goo master's aperture, and suppress the goo master's primeval essence. In the records regarding the phantom moon goo, there was also some information about the moonshadow goo, providing a reference. Moonshadow goo, isn't it the goo that the rank 4 clan leader used to plot against the flower wine monk? Fang Yuan saw this, and his heart moved, his brows furrowing. There were many goo worms in this world, and even with his 500 years of experience, he only knew 1 out of 10,000 goo worms. He originally did not know much about the moonshadow goo, but now that he knew its use, his heart was filled with doubts. The moonshadow goo had a special effect, suppressing a rank 4 goo master's primeval essence by 30%, a rank 5 goo master by 15%, and a rank 3 goo master by 60%. In other words, a C-grade talent like Fang Yuan, with only 40 to 50% primeval essence, if hit by the moonshadow goo, would not be able to use any primeval essence, and their battle strength would plummet, as if they were crippled. Of course, if it was Fang Yuan himself, using the moonshadow goo against him would be like throwing a meat bun at a dog, with no return. This was because once the moonshadow goo entered his aperture, the spring-autumn cicada would show its might, and under its pressure, the moonshadow goo would be instantly refined by Fang Yuan, becoming his possession. What made Fang Yuan suspicious was that it was not the moonshadow goo, but the flower wine monk. I remember on the image wall, the flower wine monk's image was covered in blood and wounds. Earlier when he fought with the 4th generation and the clan elder, he only suffered light injuries. I thought those injuries were caused by the moonshadow goo, but I never thought that the moonshadow goo's effect was only to suppress primeval essence, preventing the goo master from using it. Then how did the flower wine monk's injuries come about? Fang Yuan was a cautious person, and the more he thought, the more puzzled he became. After the flower wine monk lost to the clan elder, and temporarily retreated, what happened? If the moonshadow goo was not the main cause of his death, then what was the reason? In an instant, the originally clear flower wine monk's inheritance became confusing in Fang Yuan's eyes. Lord Fang Yuan, it has already been 15 minutes, I believe you must have gained something. No matter what, please come back tomorrow. At this moment, the stone door turned into nothingness again, and the old goo master stood at the door and said respectfully, "All right." Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, and he put down the photographic shadow goo in his hand, and left the secret room. Whether it was the golden moon, frost moon, or mirage moon, these fusion recipes were not what he wanted. That was because these goo worms ate large amounts of moon orchid petals. Moon orchid petals were hard to store, and could only be stored for a few days. In Fang Yuan's plan, he wanted to leave the Guyue village, and roam the world. If he refined these goo worms, without food to feed them, they would die in half a year. He might as well not refine them. However, there were still some rank 3 recipes that he did not see. I'll come back tomorrow. Such a thought flashed through his mind. Chapter 161. Guzhenren 157_Guzhenren free reading _section 157, Blood Moon Goo. The next day, secret room. Colorful lights gathered on the white jade plate, forming a recipe, Blood Moon Goo. Using the fusion of rank 2 Moonglow goo and Blood Chi goo, a rank 3 goo is formed. Once activated, the moon blade will be blood red, the size of a basin, and if a wound is formed, it will bleed non-stop. This is it. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over it, memorizing the recipe. He closed his eyes and recalled, then opened his eyes to compare. After repeating this for 3 to 5 times, he was sure he had memorized the recipe without any mistakes. Compared to Golden Moon, Frost Moon and Phantom Moon, the 3 classics, this Blood Moon goo was much more unorthodox. In the fusion recipes of the first 3, there were close to 100,000 words of fusion knowledge and experience. But this Blood Moon goo's recipe only had a few thousand words. It could be seen that in history, there were very few goo masters who chose to fuse the Blood Moon goo. The Blood Moon goo's attack power was barely passable, and its range was only 10 meters. Even if it attacked and created a bleeding effect, the effect was not good. Rank 1 to rank 5 goo masters, because of their limited primeval essence, would usually be able to determine the victor in a short battle. The bleeding effect, in a real battlefield, was only a small problem. Against goo masters who specialized in healing, they would have corresponding methods to counter it. And the Blood Moon goo had a huge flaw. During a few days of every month, it would ooze blood. Blood flowed out continuously, and in this period of time, its attack power would fall to a third of normal. But it had a great advantage that Fang Yuan liked. It was easy to feed. It was much easier to feed than Golden Moon, Frost Moon and Phantom Moon. Its food was no longer moon orchid petals. It needed fresh blood. Although there was a lot of blood, there was no limit to the type. It was hard to say in western desert, but in southern border, there were thousands of miles of undulating mountain ranges, and all kinds of wild beasts could be seen in the depths of the forests. Killing them would allow one to extract their blood on the spot. To the Blood Moon goo, its food was all over southern border. It could be seen everywhere. Next, I will fuse this Blood Moon goo. Fang Yuan quickly made up his mind. He had already memorized the detailed steps of the fusion and the things to take note of. He already had the Moonglow goo. But the other goo, the Blood Chi goo, was slightly troublesome. The Blood Chi goo was precious, it could replenish the goo master's blood chi. A goo master who possessed the Blood Chi goo. They were full of energy, and even if they were injured or lost too much blood, the Blood Chi goo could replenish it. Thus, their survivability in the battlefield was higher than ordinary goo masters. Xiong Jiang had once yearned for a Blood Chi goo. If the Blood Chi goo was used with the roaming zombie goo, the repercussions of the latter would be reduced to 0. This greatly extended the time he could remain a zombie, and he no longer had to worry about the consequences. He was already a well-known figure among rank 2 goo masters and had a high status, but until he died in battle, he didn't get what he wanted either. In the secret room, Fang Yuan turned his gaze towards the digital shadow goo on the stone table in the center. Today, he had more than enough time. Out of the 15 minutes, he only used 5 minutes. There were still 10 minutes left. The yellow skin digital shadow goo recorded a rank 4 recipe. The purple digital shadow goo recorded a rank 5 recipe. The owners of these digital shadow goo were all secret hall clan elders, but the one in charge of feeding them was the clan. Goo worms could be borrowed. As long as the goo worms will recognized it. The digital shadow goos was one with the secret hall clan elder. Fang Yuan had advanced to clan elder, his identity was recognized by the secret hall clan elder, thus he could freely use a portion of the digital shadow goo. But the secret hall clan elder didn't think Fang Yuan had the authority to read the rank 4 and 5 recipes. Thus, the yellow and purple digital shadow goo, even if he activated his primeval essence, would not respond. In fact, even wild natural goo worms could obtain their will's recognition. Those beast kings were like this, thus they borrowed the power of goo worms. Humans also had such situations, like the legendary rank 5 river swallowing toad, Jiang Fan. If Fang Yuan used the spring-autumn cicada's aura to instantly refine these goo worms and obtain the recipe, he could do so. But the consequences of doing so were not something Fang Yuan could bear. And the benefits he could obtain were not enough to move him. Actually, the most precious recipe is not these rank 4 or 5 recipes, but how to reverse refine the rank 1 moonlight goo. This goo originated from the first clan leader, and it was on this basis, after hundreds of years, that it developed to such a large scale and grand occasion. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Fusion was to raise a low-rank goo to a high rank. Reverse refinement was to reduce high-level goo worms to low-level ones. Between one upgrade and the other, because the process was different, the result could be a brand new goo worm. The moonlight goo was not a natural goo worm, but a reverse refinement by the first clan leader. In this world, many goo worms were created on the basis of natural goo worms by goo masters, creating brand new species. Thus, even with Fang Yuan's 500 years of experience, his knowledge of the entire goo world was limited. And in the clan, there would be one or a few unique goo worms. These goo worms were not rare natural goo worms, but new species that were reverse refined. Based on this foundation, the goo masters developed a clan's unique strength. Guyue clan's moonlight goo, Xiong clan's bear strength goo, Bai clan's stream goo, all were in such a situation. If common goo worms were used, then it would be easy to be targeted. A clan's foundation was in the spirit spring, which could produce yuan stone. Next was at least one unique goo worm, so that one's strength could not be completely interpreted. Then there was the bloodline. Bloodline was an important bond that held the clan together. Thus, even though the moonlight goo was only a rank 1 goo worm, the reverse refinement recipe's value was even higher than many rank 4 or 5 recipes. The reverse refinement recipe of the moonlight goo had always been kept by the clan leader. Of course, other than the clan leader, there would always be a loyal clan elder who knew the recipe in secret. At the same time, the photographic goo's recipe was also properly hidden. Fang Yuan obviously could not find the recipe in this secret room. This recipe is extremely valuable. If I can get my hands on it before I leave, that would be the best. But there is no need to force it. Fang Yuan saw through this and was indifferent. To him, he did not intend to build an organization or force. The moonlight goo's recipe was not a necessity to him. But rank 3 goo worms like the blood moon goo are what I need the most. Although Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation and had white-silver primeval essence, not all his goo worms were rank 3. He could not display the true battle strength of a rank 3 goo master. I have the thunder wings goo, sky canopy goo, and if I refine the blood moon goo, I would have 3 rank 3 goo worms. But this is far from enough. Ordinary goo masters depended on the clan. With the cooperation of the clansmen and resources, they only needed 3 or 4 goo worms. That was enough. But Fang Yuan wanted to roam the southern border and travel far away, so he needed at least 6 goo worms to be able to deal with all aspects. According to his experience, these 6 goo worms had to provide him with help in 6 aspects: attack, defense, healing, storage, scouting and movement. In terms of attack, the blood moon goo barely qualified. In terms of defense, the sky canopy goo could do the job. In terms of movement, although the thunder wings goo consumed a lot of primeval essence, it could allow Fang Yuan to fly for a short period of time. It was very powerful. But in terms of healing, the 9-leaf vitality grass was weak. It was after all a rank 2 goo worm, and if it advanced further, Fang Yuan would not be satisfied. The rank 2 9-leaf vitality grass did not have outstanding healing abilities. Its advantage was it could produce rank 1 vitality leaves. Selling vitality leaves could give him an endless supply of yuan stone. It was like a money tree. But from now on, Fang Yuan would have to travel in uninhabited places. Even if he produced vitality leaves, he would not be able to find other goo masters to exchange for yuan stone. In terms of scouting, the earth communication ear grass had a wide range, and although it was rank 2, it could barely be used. In terms of storage, Fang Yuan did not have any. This was the most important point. One person moving alone, logistics first. Before the army moves, rations and fodder first. It could be said that this was the foundation to support the other 5 aspects. Storing food to feed gu worms, human food was one aspect, but the crucial point was the storage of yuan stone. Without yuan stone, a gu master would lose the motivation to cultivate. In this aspect, Fang Yuan had not made any progress. Before he could get his hands on the storage gu worm, he would not leave the village. The logistics gu worm used for storage needs to have a wide range, able to store food and yuan stone. Then it needs to be easy to feed. Finally, it would be best if it could extend the shelf life. But even in the 3 clans resource board, there is no gu that suits my needs. Looks like I can only use the Qi faction to squeeze out more of their foundation. 15 minutes passed. Fang Yuan walked out of the underground cave, thinking in his heart. Lord Fang Yuan, hello. A middle-aged male gu master stood at the exit, clearly waiting for Fang Yuan. You are? The person smiled. I am Guyue Zhong, currently acting as the Medicine Hall clan elder. So it's him. Fang Yuan came to a realization, and could not help but size up this person. Guyue Zhong had a proper appearance, with a square face and a steady aura around him. Like Fang Yuan, he was also a clan elder, but his cultivation was already at rank 3 middle stage. After Fang Yuan made Guyue Yaoji faint from anger, Guyue Zhong was appointed by the clan leader to temporarily lead the medicine hall. And his wife was an important member of the medicine faction. This was Guyue Bo's political move to balance the conflict between the 2 factions. But no matter what, Guyue Zhong had risen to the top because of this. Here are 300 yuan stone, this is a week's allowance for the clan elder. I knew you were here, so I brought it here for you. I hope you don't mind my decision. Guyue Zhong said, passing a money pouch to Fang Yuan. This man. Fang Yuan squinted, receiving the money pouch. Clan elder's allowance had to be personally received by the clan elder. But Guyue Zhong could receive it on his behalf. From a certain perspective, this was hinting at Fang Yuan's connections and status in the clan. But this kind of hint was just right, mixed with a friendly acknowledgement, which made people feel that it was not aggressive. To speak the truth, I came to find Lord Fang Yuan this time because I have a request. Soon after, he got straight to the point, directly stating his purpose. Oh, you want me to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass? Fang Yuan showed a profound expression. Guzhenren 157_Guzhenren's full text free reading _section 157, Blood Moon Gu's update complete. Chapter 162. Guyue Yaoji once fancied the 9-leaf vitality grass in Fang Yuan's hands, so she used her authority to set up a policy to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. But when Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3 and became a clan elder, he made a powerful counterattack, causing Guyue Yaoji to faint on the spot, forcing Guyue Zhong to take the stage. Guyue Zhong took the initiative to find Fang Yuan this time to persuade Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It is not impossible to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. Fang Yuan pondered for a while and said, there is a saying that goes, times have changed. Today is different from the past. In the past, Guyue Yaoji wanted Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was a command from the top, you have to hand it over even if you don't want to. But now, Fang Yuan was already a clan elder, his status was only lower than the clan leader Guyue Bo, and he was on equal footing with Guyue Yaoji and the others. Therefore, Guyue Zhong persuaded Fang Yuan to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. It was not a command from the top, but an equal transaction, an exchange of benefits. The 9-leaf vitality grass was indeed very precious, the vitality leaves were a small source of income in short supply. Fang Yuan had so many gu worms on hand now, and a large portion of their feeding expenses were supported by it. However, There was nothing in this world that was not for sale, it was just that the benefits were too small to be moved. Although the 9-leaf vitality grass was precious, as long as the price was right, why couldn't it be sold? The so-called gu was just a tool. It was a means to achieve one's ambition. So what if it was the spring-autumn cicada? As long as the situation was right. Abandoning it could exchange for greater benefits, why not do it? If you want to obtain it, you must first learn to give it up. Fang Yuan naturally had such awareness, so he looked at Guyue Zhong. Guyue Zhong smiled, if you are willing to hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass, then I am willing to compensate you with this token. Saying so, he took out a token. The token was simple, triangular in shape with a rounded tip. On the front, there were 3 words stacked in the shape of a pagoda, order of reward. On the back, there were also 3 words, reward for meritorious service. The order of reward was a reward for meritorious service. You are a newly promoted elder, so there are some things that you might not be clear about. This reward token was specially given to Gu masters who made great contributions to the clan. Even the elders. Very few people have them. With this token, he could go to the family's underground wormhole. Choose any gu worm. The gu worms in the wormhole. They are all rare items. 4 of the top 10 gu worms on the resource list came from this underground wormhole, Guyue Zhong explained. Fang Yuan was tempted. He was not surprised by this. The Guyue clan was a clan that had stood tall for hundreds of years. It was impossible for them to not have some foundation and accumulation after such a long time. In fact, as long as it was a family with a long history, they would have a secret place similar to the underground wormhole to store gu. He only wanted to obtain the gu worms here. They had to be meritorious officials, and they had to have made great contributions. At the same time, they had to be loyal. Fang Yuan had just been promoted to elder, he was still far from this qualification. I want to leave the clan, so I need to store gu worms. This token is a good choice. But Fang Yuan was worried. The 9-leaf vitality grass could be given up, it was indeed of great help to Fang Yuan, but it could not be used in the future. Its healing effect was not outstanding, and the vitality leaves it produced could not be used for continuous healing. Fang Yuan was worried that even if he exchanged for this token, he might not be able to find the ideal gu in the wormhole. Guyue Zhong had been observing the situation, he misunderstood Fang Yuan's hesitation and said, in the wormhole, there are not only rank 3 gu worms, but also rank 4 gu worms. Elder Fang Yuan, you will not lose out. If you regret it in the future, we can exchange it back. But it will take some time, and it has to be done secretly. Fang Yuan raised his eyes and looked at Qi Zhong again. This is an outstanding person. He sighed in his heart. A new official has to make drastic changes, this Qi Zhong understood his position very well, not only did he have to compromise with the clan leader, he also had to compromise with the Qi faction and the medicine faction. But at the same time, he had to show his abilities. Fang Yuan handing over the 9-leaf vitality grass had a special meaning to him, and he was willing to pay a high price for it. The world is vast, there are so many outstanding people. Under the beast tide, there are constantly old people sacrificing themselves, and new people taking over. From a certain perspective, this is also the replacement of the clan, only then can it maintain its vitality and allow the clan to stand tall. Fang Yuan thought. Too many old people would cause an organization to rot and turn dark. Thus, the elimination mechanism was the only way for an organization to maintain its vitality. Guyue Zhong was only one of the representatives. Survival of the fittest was the natural way for vitality to flourish. The human body's metabolism could maintain its vitality. The gu worms in the hands of a gu master should not remain the same, only with change can there be improvement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took the token from Guyue Zhong's hand and handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass at the same time. Fang Yuan's initiative allowed Qi Zhong to quickly refine the 9-leaf vitality grass. He placed this grass goo into his aperture, and heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He had ambition in his heart. Temporarily becoming the medicine hall elder was an extremely important opportunity for him. If he could grasp this opportunity, it was not impossible for him to advance from temporary to official. But to achieve this, he would need to compromise with the three parties. But politics was the art of compromise. When Yao Ji was in power, she could not do anything to Fang Yuan. But after he took over, he could make Fang Yuan hand over the 9-leaf vitality grass. This was not only expressing goodwill to the medicine faction and carrying out Yao Ji's legacy, it was also unknowingly showing his own ability. For this, he did not hesitate to give up the reward token that he had painstakingly accumulated. Lord Qizhong, it was a pleasure talking to you. I wonder if you have time after this. Fang Yuan said as he kept the token. Guyue Zhong's gaze flashed, feeling somewhat puzzled. After a while. In the guest hall. Guyue Dong too and his wife greet the two elders. Fang Yuan's uncle and aunt bowed their heads. They bowed towards Fang Yuan and Qi Zhong, their attitude extremely respectful, even carrying a trace of fear. After the news of Fang Yuan being promoted to elder spread, it set a benchmark and role model for many young Gu masters, and also brought shock and fear to his uncle and aunt. This Fang Yuan, he was only AC grade, how did he suddenly advance to rank 3 and become an elder? Even if it was Guyue Fangzheng. A great aptitude, he was only ranked 2 upper stage now. After such a shock, there was fear. They could not help but be afraid. As long as they thought of how they bullied Fang Yuan in the past, they would feel fear in their hearts. Life is full of ups and downs, don't bully the young for being poor. With the identity of an elder, it was different. They were afraid that after Fang Yuan made his fortune, they would come looking for revenge. But Fang Yuan still came looking for them. Not only that, he even brought another elder with him. They come with ill intentions. They come with ill intentions. Guyue Dong too lamented in his heart. Fang Yuan smiled, uncle and aunt, no need to be so courteous. Although I have been promoted to an elder, I am still the nephew of the two of you. Come, sit down. Saying so, he sat on the main seat. Guyue Zhong also sat on the other side. These 2 seats were originally for his uncle and aunt, they were the seats of the host. But when Fang Yuan and the rest sat, his uncle and aunt did not have any objections or dissatisfaction. They even sat on the lower seat. They were hesitant and cowering. This was the power of an elder. His uncle and aunt looked at each other and sat down anxiously. They sat upright and still. Their expressions were reserved, and they only sat on half of the chair. At this time, a servant came up to deliver tea. Guyue Zhong remained silent and did not drink. Fang Yuan, on the other hand, was unruffled. After tasting the tea, he asked, I wonder how uncle and aunt are doing recently. Fang Yuan asked with a smile, but in his uncle and aunt's eyes, it was even scarier than a thunderous rage. Especially his aunt, when she thought of how she had insulted Fang Yuan, she was so scared that her body was trembling. Sigh, the wolf tide is here, life is in turmoil. Especially the wine shop was forced to close down, the rent of the bamboo buildings is also decreasing. Honestly, our family is so poor that we can't even feed ourselves. His uncle actually shed tears when he said this. He had taken good care of himself in the past, but now he was no longer rosy. His hair had turned white, and his wrinkles had increased. Especially when he responded to the conscription, it was obvious how poor he was. But Fang Yuan also knew that he had been in charge of the wine shop for many years, he still had some savings. Now that he said it pitifully, it was probably because he was afraid of his revenge, and wanted to use his pitiful appearance to gain sympathy. This uncle is usually smart, why is he so stupid when it comes to me? If I came for revenge, would I bring Guyue Zhong? Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. He did not like his uncle and aunt, but it did not mean that they had no value. Uncle and aunt, you have taken care of me a lot. My achievements today are all thanks to your nurturing. Today, I just received my allowance from the elders. Here are 300 yuan stone, please accept it. As he said this, Fang Yuan passed the money bag to his uncle. What? This? Guyue Zhong's expression at this moment was too interesting. There was uneasiness in the shock, fear in the uneasiness, and disbelief in the fear. His aunt was also stunned. She stared blankly at the money bag in Fang Yuan's hand. What was going on? Instead of the revenge they imagined, they were given 300 yuan stone. Fang Yuan's words just now were harsh to their ears no matter how they listened to them. Take care of, nurture, these words were full of sarcasm, making them feel even more strange. What is this Fang Yuan planning? What does he want? How does he want to torture us? His uncle and aunt looked at each other, hesitating. They did not dare to accept the money bag. Since it is elder Fang Yuan's filial piety, just accept it. Guyue Zhong said expressionlessly. Yes, yes, yes. His uncle nodded repeatedly and accepted the money. Although he was nicknamed the Hidden Elder, he was nothing compared to the current medicine hall elder. He held the 300 yuan stone with both hands. Even with his stingy character, he felt that the money bag was too hot to handle. He really wanted to throw it away immediately. Since uncle has already accepted it, then I shall take my leave. Fang Yuan said as he left. His uncle and aunt wanted to see him off, but Fang Yuan stopped them. Stop looking. In the corner, Mother Xin sighed and said to her daughter, Xin Chui. Xin Chui's expression was gloomy. She only retracted her gaze when Fang Yuan and Qi Zhong's silhouettes completely disappeared. Mother, did I make the wrong choice? She asked. Elders could marry one wife and 2 concubines. If she had been faithful, she might have become Fang Yuan's concubine. I really didn't expect Fang Yuan to reach this stage with his C-grade aptitude. Mother Xin shook her head helplessly. Girl, don't take it too hard. Fang Zheng has a great aptitude, he won't be any worse than him. Yes. Xin Chui agreed, her dim eyes blossoming with a faint light. In this world, mortals are so lowly. Just look at her, how many things could move the hearts of Gu masters? Since she has already given her body to Fang Zheng, that is the bet of her life. There is no turning back. Chapter 163. Howl. 4 frenzy lightning wolves raised their necks and howled loudly. Swish swish swish. Heavy rain poured down, the curtains of rain intertwined and dark clouds covered the sky. It caused the sky to darken, greatly hindering one's vision. Quick, there's a gap near the east gate, Xing Nan's group will go up. Healer. We have a heavily injured person here. Kill, kill, kill. Kill all these wolf cubs. Competing with the wolf howls were the shouts of Gu masters. Everyone was fighting a bloody battle. Surrounding the village, the battle line stretched on like a raging fire. The people's shouts, the wolf howls, the sound of heavy rain and the sound of the wind mixed together. The densely packed lightning wolves charged towards the village wall like a tide. The pit in front of the village wall had already been filled up by thick wolf corpses. Under the lead of bold lightning wolves, the wolf pack had an extremely strong charging force. Rank 1 and Rank 2 Gu masters were fighting on the front lines. Large numbers of moonblades shot towards the wolf pack, flipping over the lightning wolves one by one. But the wolf pack also had lightning bolts and lightning balls that shot towards the village, causing casualties to the Guyue clan. Elder Fang Yuan, this is the casualty report from the medicine hall, please take a look. A messenger Gu master rushed over. After seeing Fang Yuan, he bowed and handed over the report with both hands. Fang Yuan was already a rank 3 Gu master and had become a clan elder. He was given a mission by the clan and became the leader in suppressing this western area. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze from the battlefield and received the bamboo report, saying to the Gu master, "You may leave." The Gu master bowed again and left. His speed was fast. Using a Gu worm to increase his speed, he quickly left and rushed to the next area. Any Gu master assigned to deliver messages had at least one movement assistance Gu worm, some even had two. Fang Yuan opened the report and glanced at it. The casualty figures on the battle report were quite shocking. Until now, the wolf tide had attacked the Guyue village almost 10 times. The casualties of the clan's Gu masters were extremely severe. Guyue Zhong, who was the temporary elder of the medicine hall, was under even more pressure. He was originally a middle-aged man, but when Guyue Zhong saw him by chance these few days, he actually had some white hair. However, because Fang Yuan had the memories of his previous life, he was mentally prepared, so he was not surprised. This wolf tide is one of the most severe in the history of the Guyue clan. Casualties are unavoidable. He thought to himself as he activated the moonlight in his palm and crushed the report into powder. Only the elders of the clan had the right to read these reports. If they were to be announced to the public, it might cause panic. Even though the Guyue stronghold was already panicking enough. The feeling of unease was getting heavier by the day. At this moment, the moonlight in Fang Yuan's palm was no longer pure blue. Instead, it was blood red. This was a rank 3 blood moon Gu. In order to refine this Gu, Fang Yuan had failed once. It wasn't until the second time that he succeeded. As for the materials for the fusion, they were naturally obtained by squeezing out Guyue's cultivation. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, his mind entering the aperture in his body. In the aperture walls were shining, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, but there were no impurities, it was pure white. The primeval essence droplets were all white, with a metallic silver luster. This was a rank 3 Gu master's white-silver primeval essence. The water accumulated into a sea, and the aperture was a sea of white-silver primeval essence. Originally, there was a layer of dark red filth on the surface of the silver sea, but now it was gone. Fang Yuan had already used the cleansing water Gu that he extorted from Guyue's cultivation. The after-effects of the man-beast life burial Gu had been completely eliminated. But this was not without a price. Fang Yuan's aptitude had dropped by a little. Originally it was C grade 44%, but now because of the man-beast life burial Gu, it had dropped by 2 points, and the aperture could only hold 42% primeval essence. But this price, Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. In the end, he still had to thank Guyue's cultivation. If not for his cleansing water Gu, that dark red filth would contaminate his primeval essence for a long time, and Fang Yuan's aptitude would drop even more. A big ladybug with a white shell and black spots was flying in the air above the sea. This was the sky canopy Gu. The stealth scales Gu with the appearance of a stone fish was submerged in the primeval sea. The 4 flavors liquor worm was playing on the sea. As for the newly refined blood moon Gu, it looked similar to the moonlight Gu, and was residing in Fang Yuan's right palm, turning into a red crescent moon mark. As for the rank 3 thunder wings Gu, it was residing on Fang Yuan's back. It was like 2 lightning tattoos. What was worth mentioning was the spring-autumn cicada. Its condition was getting better, and its recovery speed was also getting faster. This situation made Fang Yuan secretly happy, but also somewhat worried. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 Gu master, and he was only a rank 3 Gu master. With his current aperture, he might not be able to hold the fully recovered spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada's aura was getting stronger, like a paper tube filled with iron, the aperture might not be able to hold it. If there's really no other way, I can only leave it by my side. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. This move had a huge disadvantage. Rank 6 Gu worms were all related to the Tao, and contained fragments of the laws of heaven and earth. Leaving it outside for a long time would cause the laws to resonate, and unless it was in hibernation, the commotion would not be small, and would cause all sorts of phenomena, attracting the attention and greed of other experts. But this was the only way. Howl. At this time, a loud wolf's howl entered his ears. Fang Yuan suddenly retracted his consciousness. Lord Elder, frenzy lightning wolves have joined the attack. Guyue, Jiang Jian and the other elders are defending near the east gate, and hope you can go and help them. A Gu master hurriedly reported. Crack. With the sound of thunder and lightning, 2 wings appeared on Fang Yuan's back. These 2 wings were formed by blue electric currents, and their appearance was simple and abstract. But with just a flap of the wings, it brought Fang Yuan up into the sky, its speed extremely fast, rushing towards the east gate battlefield. Flying in a straight line, Fang Yuan arrived at the battlefield in just a few breaths' time. The frenzy lightning wolf was trying to attack the east gate, and a few elders were near the entrance, fighting fiercely with it. The frenzy lightning wolf suddenly jumped out of the battlefield, and its tail swept towards a rank 1 Gu master girl in the corner. This Gu master's face turned pale, and hearing the sound of the wind, seeing the wolf tail sweeping towards him, he cried out bitterly in his heart, "It's over." With his ability, he might not be able to dodge or block it. But at this critical moment, a figure suddenly descended from the sky and hugged her. The girl only felt the world spinning in front of her, and when she came back to her senses, she saw that she was already flying in the air. The wolf tail swept below her, and a 2-story bamboo building suffered a heavy blow, on the verge of collapse. Her expression turned even worse. If she was hit by the wolf tail, she would have turned into meat paste. Immediately after, she realized that she had been saved. Who was it that saved her? She raised her eyes to look at this person, and was stunned. It's him. Guyue, Fang Yuan. For a moment, the girl's heart was filled with complex emotions, and it was hard to describe with words. She and Fang Yuan were classmates, and Fang Yuan had once snatched her Yuan stone, so she naturally hated and loathed Fang Yuan. But she could not help but admire Fang Yuan's achievements. Especially when the news of Fang Yuan being promoted to clan elder spread, she was shocked and in awe. Like Fang Yuan, she was also a C-grade talent, but she was still a rank 1. Now, she was saved by Fang Yuan. This was a life-saving grace. She was grateful towards Fang Yuan, but also shocked and in awe. There was still a trace of hatred, but it seemed to have disappeared completely. The battlefield here is dangerous, retreat far away. Fang Yuan flapped his lightning wings and landed on the ground, putting down the girl in his arms. He had some impression of this girl, she seemed to be his classmate, but he could not remember her name. After saying this, he turned around and left, no longer flying, but sprinted over and joined the battlefield. The Thunderwings Gu was fast, but its consumption of primeval essence was not slow either. Fang Yuan was a C-grade talent, and among rank 3 Gu masters, in terms of primeval essence reserves, he was at the lowest level, thus primeval essence should be used more sparingly. Blood Moon Gu. He waved his hand, and a moonblade flew out. This moonblade was blood red, and when it hit the frenzy lightning wolf's body, it immediately caused a wound, and blood flowed continuously. The girl stayed on the spot, staring blankly at Fang Yuan's fighting figure. Slowly, her eyes started to shine with an indescribable light. 17 to 18 years old, it was the age of love. This Fang Yuan, what do you think? Far away, clan leader Guyue Bo saw this scene and asked a trusted aide beside him. The aide immediately said, I heard Elder Fang Yuan has already responded to the medicine hall's call, and handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass in his possession. He had just received the first allowance, and gave it all to his uncle and aunt, as a sign of filial piety. These days, he has repeatedly participated in killing frenzy lightning wolves, and his attacks are sharp and ruthless, gaining many merits. Not only that, he has saved his clansmen many times. His reputation is getting better and better. There are already some rumors in the clan, prodigal son turning over a new leaf is more valuable than gold, let's see the new elder of the Fang faction, etc. From what I see, although Fang Yuan is only a C-grade talent, he has quite an outstanding battle talent. He came at a good time. With his parents' inheritance, just that 9-leaf vitality grass alone is an endless source of income. He has used 2 red steel relic goo, but to be able to cultivate to rank 3, there is still luck involved. As he said this aide could not help but reveal a slightly jealous expression. He was also a C-grade talent, but only had rank 2 cultivation. To reach this step today, he had used up most of his life. And that Fang Yuan was only 17 years old, but he was already a clan elder. Truly, comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Guyue Bo listened to his aide's words, nodding his head noncommittally. The aide's words represented the majority of the clansmen's opinion. But it was somewhat superficial. Guyue Bo had been the clan leader for many years, and his horizons were naturally higher. Fang Yuan handed over the 9-leaf vitality grass, so he must have made some kind of deal with Guyue Zhong. Giving all the subsidies to his uncle and aunt was probably not a sincere gesture, but a political show. The main propagator of this matter was Guyue Zhong. As for saving people, whether it was sincere or not, it still needed to be investigated. But no matter what, Fang Yuan no longer acted alone. Even if it was an act, it was worth being gratified. His actions after being promoted to clan elder were to actively get close to the clan, and to contribute to the clan. And the clan's prosperity naturally required these contributions. Thinking of this, Guyue Bo instructed, "Those people from Dark Hall, these few days of investigation have not yielded any results. Forget it, let's temporarily stop the investigation on Fang Yuan." "Yes, subordinate will inform them now." The aide retreated. Guyue Bo stayed on the spot, squinting his eyes. He thought inwardly, despite all sorts of reasons, my cultivation speed is still quite fast. This Fang Yuan definitely has some secrets on him. But at this time, the wolf tide is serious, every bit of strength must be used wisely, wasting it on Fang Yuan is a waste. But the investigation is necessary, we can only wait until after the wolf tide. Chapter 164. With a boom, the frenzy lightning wolf's elephant-sized body fell to the ground. Its mouth was wide open, its eyes losing focus, its life leaving it. Its body was covered in wounds, and fresh wolf blood flowed out continuously, dyeing the surrounding ground red. The rain continued to pour down, diluting the wolf blood and spreading it in all directions. The ground was muddy, and the few clan elders standing beside the frenzy lightning wolf's corpse were panting heavily. Their bodies were drenched by the rain, and even splashed with wolf blood and mud. They were in a sorry state. "We finally killed it. This frenzy lightning wolf has a defensive goo worm on its body. It's really hard to deal with. Luckily we had Elder Fang Yuan's blood moon goo, accumulating its injuries, or else killing it would have been even more difficult." As the elders spoke, they looked at Fang Yuan one after another. When they heard that Fang Yuan had refined the blood moon goo, they did not think much of it. But now it seemed that it was very effective against the frenzy lightning wolf. "Elders, you are too kind. If not for your help and protection, I would not have been able to attack so fiercely." Fang Yuan wiped the rain off his face, saying politely, "Don't say that, it's what we should do. We are old, we did not feel it before, but now that we have fought alongside Elder Fang Yuan, we have a deep feeling." "Yes, yes." The few clan elders laughed. In the battle just now, Fang Yuan advanced and retreated, his attacks were sharp and ruthless, and his handling of the situation was very experienced, causing the few clan elders to have a whole new level of respect for him. Especially Fang Yuan's humble attitude. Not arrogant nor rash, he was not as arrogant and unruly as the rumors made him out to be, causing the few clan elders to have a good impression of him. "I still have many areas to learn from you," Fang Yuan said respectfully, but a trace of darkness flashed in his eyes. This blood moon goo had its pros and cons. After using it so many times, he had some experience. The blood moon goo was good at prolonged battles, causing injuries that could not be stopped. Thus, the longer it lasted, the more serious the enemy's injuries would be. But this was based on the fact that the enemy did not have a healing goo worm to counter it. Nature was balanced, there was no strongest goo, only strong and weak. The biggest weakness of the blood moon goo is that there would be a few days every month when blood would seep out, causing the goo's battle strength to plummet. It's my main method of attack, but it seems like it's a little unstable. However, if I can subdue the chainsaw golden centipede in the flower wine treasury, I can make up for it. These days, the situation was very tense. The wolf tide kept attacking the mountain village. As an elder, Fang Yuan was even more eye-catching than before. He had no chance to go to the secret cave in the stone crack. Quick, do your best to save our people. Clean up the battlefield, don't miss a single goo. Seeing the frenzy lightning wolf fall, a group of healing goo masters immediately rushed over. Thank you elders for your hard work, please accept our medicine hall's special treatment. The leading goo master bowed towards Fang Yuan and the rest. It's Li Chen from the medicine faction. Several clan elders recognized this person and slowly nodded their heads, immediately changing their expressions. They were very polite to Fang Yuan, their faces full of smiles. But towards this person, their expressions were reserved, carrying the arrogance of a superior. This was the difference in status. This Guyue Li Chen was only a rank 2 Gu master. I have no injuries, I don't need any treatment. Elders, let's chat again when we have time. Fang Yuan nodded towards the other clan elders. Elder Fang Yuan's talent is outstanding, to be uninjured after the battle, truly a young hero. Sigh, compared to Elder Fang Yuan, we are really old. Hehe, Elder Fang Yuan, please take care. The few clan elders immediately laughed and said. Elder Fang Yuan, please forgive this subordinate for offending you, let our medicine hall's healing goo masters examine you. Guyue Li Chen insisted. He was a member of the medicine faction. Fang Yuan angered Guyue Yao Ji to the point of fainting, causing the latter to lose her position. He naturally had discussed towards Fang Yuan, but as the leader, he naturally had to ask about his position. Thank you for your kindness, there is really no need. Goodbye everyone. Fang Yuan patted Guyue Li Chen's shoulder, smiling as he bid farewell to the others. The clan elders either smiled or nodded in response. After he left, their expressions changed one after another, and they became solemn. This Fang Yuan, although only AC grade aptitude, had already grown to this stage, it was truly rare. Fighting alongside him, they could feel his coldness and ruthlessness, just thinking about it made them feel fearful. Back when they were 17, what kind of achievements did they have? Especially when they saw him smiling and patting the shoulders of the medicine faction members, such shrewdness and talent in politics, it was truly shocking. Lord Fang Yuan, do you still recognize me? On the road, a person with a respectful and fawning expression greeted Fang Yuan. You are. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, recognizing that this person was a student of the same batch as him. However, he couldn't remember his name, he only remembered that whenever he stole his Yuan stone, this person would always obediently hand it over. It could be seen that there was a shrewdness hidden within his weak temperament. Lord Fang Yuan, I am Guyue Dingzong. It is this lowly one's honor to be your classmate for a year. Actually, after the news of your promotion to clan elder spread, many of your classmates admired and envied you, wanting to find an opportunity to ask you for some cultivation experience. I wonder if you are free tonight. Guyue Dingzong rubbed his hands, his eyes narrowing into slits as he smiled. Oh, is that so? Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, nodding slightly, that's fine. However, I need to change my clothes, this rain is making my entire body uncomfortable. This lowly one has already prepared hot water and new clothes, there are also a few virgin maids waiting to serve you. Guyue Dingzong smiled, his expression rippling. Fang Yuan shook his head and refused, no, before that, I still need to go to the underground cave. So that's it. Guyue Dingzong was immediately moved. Only clan elders could freely enter the underground cave, to people of their level, it was the clan's restricted area. Next, his smile became even more humble, his waist also drooping, his words revealing a flattering tone. "Lord, please go ahead and do what you need to do, this lowly one's time is not valuable, waiting for you is also a kind of honor." Fang Yuan nodded, no longer speaking, he took a step and walked away. Guyue Dingzong hurriedly took a step back, giving way, slightly bending his waist as he watched Fang Yuan leave. Entering the underground cave again. This secret room that stored precious goo worms was very spacious, almost as big as the square on the ground. But the number of goo worms stored inside was not many, only a few dozen. Kong Declaration Grass, Return Space Cicada, Skeleton Dragonfly, Phoenix Butterfly, there were rank 2 to 4. But rank 2 goo were rather rare, among them was Love Separation, this was the number 1 poison goo among rank 2, even a rank 3 healing goo might not be able to heal the damage it caused. This Love Separation was used by Wang Er back then. After being killed by the clan, it had been kept here ever since. Most of the goo worms were rank 3, and there were few rank 4 goo worms. Fang Yuan originally did not have high hopes, although the clan had a deep foundation, it was still a mid-sized clan, with 2 other clans competing against it, and the pressure of the wolf tide. But to think that he would actually find a rather ideal goo. Tusita flower. Rank 3 grass goo, shaped like a red lantern, its green leaves were oval, the leaf flesh was thick and plump, divided into 3 pieces, the distance between them was the same, pointing in 3 different directions. This Tusita flower was as famous as Tusita grass, not only could it store food, it could also store yuan stone. It was one of Fang Yuan's ideal goo worms. I didn't expect that the Guyu village would also have this Tusita flower. With it, I can solve the problem of logistics. Fang Yuan was overjoyed, immediately choosing it. Actually, the clan definitely has rank 5 goo worms. In the history of Guyue clan, there were 2 rank 5 experts, they definitely left behind goo worms. But it is impossible to leave them here, these rank 5 goo worms are the clan's trump card, and are fed by the clan with all their resources. Rather than feeding, it is more like offering. Fang Yuan left the cave, the rain had stopped, but the sky was still gloomy, and the air was not very fresh, filled with the smell of blood. Fang Yuan changed into a clean set of clothes, before slowly making his way to the gathering location. Elder Fang Yuan, you are here, your presence brings light to my humble abode. Guyue Dingzong was already standing at the door, looking at him eagerly. He saw Fang Yuan from the corner of the street from afar, and hurriedly welcomed him with a flattering smile. He led Fang Yuan to the bamboo building, where a sumptuous banquet was already prepared, and a group of people were seated. After seeing Fang Yuan, they quickly stood up. Next, all kinds of flattering words flooded towards Fang Yuan like a tidal wave. Greetings Elder Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, I haven't seen you for a day, but you are even more elegant than before, this lowly one is full of admiration. To be able to be classmates with Elder Fang Yuan, I am truly fortunate. Now that I think about it, it is a dreamlike experience. Fang Yuan glanced around, seeing that these people were all from the same batch as him, they were all familiar faces, and he had snatched Yuan stone from them before. No problem. He smiled lightly, sitting on the highest seat. Serve the dishes, serve the good wine. Guyue Dingzong shouted, and the servants immediately became busy. All sorts of dishes were served like flowing water, the taste was excellent. This Guyue Dingzong's family still had some assets. To be able to prepare such dishes under the wolf tide, they had indeed paid a price, showing their sincerity. Elder Fang Yuan, this lowly one would like to propose a toast to you. Elder Fang Yuan, please do as you please, this lowly one cheers. Fang Yuan was really very casual, pouring a cup of wine, only taking a sip each time, but no one had any objections. Toasting and toasting, the wine went on for 3 rounds. He suddenly raised his wine cup, stood up, and said with a smile, there are always times when one is young and frivolous. I was a little immature in the past, and did some things, I hope everyone will forgive me, and not mind. With him standing up, no one else dared to sit down, and all stood up. Everyone knew that Fang Yuan was bringing up the past, and was talking about the Yuan stone incident. They hurriedly shouted, "Not at all, not at all. Elder Fang Yuan is a true man, a true hero. To be able to catch Elder Fang Yuan's eye on this lowly one's Yuan stone, that is our honor." That's right, Elder Fang Yuan's elegant demeanor has always been deeply engraved in my heart. This cup of wine, Fang Yuan downed it, and the entire hall immediately cheered. Chapter 165. Fang Yuan put down his wine cup and sat down. Only then did everyone dare to sit down. These people were not all from the same school. For example, Ma Bei, Qi Cheng and others with deep backgrounds were not among them. It's about time, I should leave. This banquet was not bad. Fang Yuan expressed his intention to leave. Guyue Dingzong was instantly overjoyed after being praised. He hurriedly stood up and took out a money pouch. The pouch was naturally filled to the brim with yuan stones. He bowed and smiled flatteringly. Today, after listening to Lord's teachings, this lowly one was enlightened and learned a lot. This is just a small gift to express my gratitude. He was full of nonsense. Since the start of the banquet, he had only been bootlicking. When did he ask for any cultivation topics? But everyone acted as if this was really happening. They loudly cheered and encouraged Elder Fang Yuan to accept it. Fang Yuan did not refuse. He smiled and naturally took the money pouch. Following that, the second and third person came up to give gifts. All of them were yuan stones. Well said, well said. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes and smiled as he accepted all of them. How could Fang Yuan carry tens of bags of yuan stones? When Guyue Dingzong saw this, he immediately called over a few servants to help Fang Yuan carry the bags. In a short time, Fang Yuan had collected close to 10,000 pieces of yuan stones. Finally, Fang Yuan stood up and raised his wine cup again. It is fate that brought us together. You and I will remember this camaraderie. It is worth a toast. Yes. Lord Fang Yuan said it very well. His words are incisive and wonderful. He said exactly what we are thinking in our hearts. Everyone stood up and praised as they raised their wine cups. They either had no background or did not have a strong background. They were afraid of Fang Yuan's revenge after he was promoted to elder. At the same time, they wanted to get close to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled faintly, raised his hand, and raised his glass. At this moment, the clouds in the sky dissipated, revealing the moonlight that was like a veil, illuminating the courtyard outside. The cold air was mixed with the smell of blood. It was so real that it was cruel. In this hall, the decorations were elegant, and the lights were bright. Wine, women, and wealth filled the air. Everyone had an exaggerated smile on their faces. It was like a warm paradise on earth. This is the charm of an organization. Fang Yuan's eyes flickered with a clear light as he stared at the thick wine in the cup, his thoughts drifting. In the past, when he robbed and blackmailed his classmates, it was just a few pieces of yuan stone, but that was enough to incur the wrath of the masses. Now, he didn't even mention it to them, and they were already rushing to deliver the yuan stone to him. Each bag contained more than 100 yuan. On the surface, it seemed that Fang Yuan had the status of an elder. But it was actually because he was previously outside the system, and now he was in the upper echelons of the organization. Under the system, the members were all willing to be exploited. Even without Fang Yuan hinting anything, there would be people who would take the initiative to bribe, people who would take the initiative to seek refuge, and women who would throw themselves at him. This world was like this, and it was the same on earth. The people of this world are so ridiculous. They were robbed for nothing, and when there was a slight loss, they would retaliate fiercely and cry out for injustice. They would bribe the upper echelons, give gifts, bodies, and virginity, but they were all willing. They were even afraid of not doing it well. The reason why I could obtain so many yuan stones tonight is because of the system. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, and couldn't help but think of Gu Yue, Qing Shu, Mo Yan, and Qi Shan. Talents like Gu Yue and Qing Shu, who had great talent, were actually much more talented than Fang Yuan in terms of cultivation. But these people cultivated slowly, and for a long time, they were stuck at the second-grade realm. Was this because they didn't work hard? He laughed coldly. This was the system's exploitation and oppression. However, this kind of exploitation and oppression was often invisible. Ordinary people would never be able to see through it. Take Fang Yuan's current situation for example. The yuan stones that these people gave, if used on themselves, would definitely be a boost to their own cultivation. So as long as there was bribery, it was a form of exploitation. Countless lower echelons would fight to bribe the upper echelons, and this was the upper echelons raising funds to increase their authority. Other than money, there was also the exploitation of time. Elites like Gu Yue and Qing Shu naturally didn't need to bribe others, but their time was being taken up. Usually, they would ask you to do this and that, ask you to run errands, and even say that this was the attention and favor of the upper echelons. If they used this time to cultivate, Gu Yue and Qing Shu would have already broken through the peak stage of rank 2, and reached rank 3. If he used the wood charm Gu, he might even be able to kill Bai Ning Bing. The subtlety was that the clan elders were not willing to let a junior like Gu Yue and Qing Shu advance to rank 3 so quickly. Such a powerful chess piece, if he really became rank 3, he would be on equal footing with them. How could they order him around? Who would be willing to have their authority divided? Thus, they purposely dragged and suppressed him, even saying that they thought highly of him, but he needs to be polished to become a jade, This is the truth of the system. If one couldn't see through this, then no matter how heroic one was, no matter how talented one was, they would still be nothing more than a dragon or tiger chained by chains. They would only be slaves. People like Gu Yue Qing Shu, Gu Yue Zhong and the others, no matter how talented and capable they are, so what? Although he thought of so many things, his thoughts moved like lightning, and the outside world only lasted for a moment. Everyone, please have a drink. Fang Yuan moved the wine cup to his lips, then raised his head and drank it all. Everyone hurriedly drank, not daring to leave even half a drop. Farewell. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and walked away. Behind him, the servants each held a yuan stone and followed suit. Everyone hurriedly sent him off. You all can drink, there's no need to send me off. Although Fang Yuan said this, no one dared to do so. They all left their seats and flattered him. Fang Yuan said again, I like peace and quiet. Everyone looked at his expression, then dropped the subject and stayed in the hall. Looking at Fang Yuan's receding figure, some sighed, some were silent, and some sighed. Elder Fang Yuan is truly an extraordinary person, so carefree. They were all frogs at the bottom of a well. Looking at the moon through the fog, they only felt that Fang Yuan was carefree, but they could not see through the system. Actually, as long as they joined the system, they would be exploited, and their benefits would be sacrificed. Even the clan leader would be sacrificed, dedicating a large amount of time and effort to manage the clan. It was just that the situation of the lowest level members being exploited was even more serious. The higher the level, the greater the benefits they enjoyed. At the start, Fang Yuan snatched the yuan stone and created opposition, acting independently, not even letting his own younger brother off. In order to avoid this level of exploitation, he had sufficient time and energy to break through to the 3rd rank, becoming a clan elder. This result shocked countless people. Now, he had become a clan elder, gentle and refined, with high status and authority, enjoying the benefits of a clan elder, causing others to be extremely envious. This separation and joining, this and that, this was filled with deep wisdom. But how many people could see it clearly? Fang Yuan was not being exploited, but enjoyed the benefits. In the eyes of mortals, this was carefree. All right, place the items on the table and you may leave. Fang Yuan said. The servants did not dare to have any objections. After placing the items on the table, they bowed towards Fang Yuan and left. This place was no longer the house that Fang Yuan had rented in the past. Ever since Fang Yuan became a clan elder, the clan allocated a brand new bamboo building for him. There was a study room in the bamboo building, as well as a secret room for cultivation. But the servants did not have one. Fang Yuan had to find one himself. Tusita flower, come out. With a thought from Fang Yuan, silver primeval essence poured in, and the Tusita flower imprint on his tongue immediately came to life. He opened his mouth and spat out a red light. The Tusita flower slowly rotated like a lantern, floating in the air and appearing in front of him. Fang Yuan activated the Tusita flower, and immediately the red light expanded, turning the surroundings into a sea of red. One by one, the primal stones flew out of the bag and into the Tusita flower, as if they were being pulled by an invisible force. After a while, the red light faded. Fang Yuan opened his mouth slightly, and the Tusita flower flew back into his mouth, landing on his tongue and turning into a red lantern imprint. This Tusita flower is a rank 3 gu. It can store yuan stone and other things. It is one of the best rank 3 storage gu, and can store up to 30,000 yuan stone. But considering that it also needs to store other things, I can store up to 15,000 yuan stone. Although this was Fang Yuan's first time using this gu, with his rich experience from his previous life, he quickly deduced its limit. Yuan stone was the most basic resource for a gu master's cultivation. Without yuan stone, a gu master would seriously lack motivation. Moreover, yuan stone could quickly recover primeval essence, and was a great help in battle. Especially for a gu master who was alone, yuan stone was the most basic form of protection in the wilderness. Normally speaking, a gu master needed at least 10,000 yuan stone to ensure a gu master's basic supply for a certain period of time. And every once in a while, it needed to be replenished. A reserve of 15,000 yuan stone, to Fang Yuan, was too little. But it was still at an acceptable level. I borrowed 3,000 yuan stone from Qiu Yen, and with today's harvest, I won't have to worry about yuan stone in the short term. Now I have 6 main aspects: the Blood Moon Canopy for offense and defense, the Thunder Wings Gu for movement, the Tusita flower for storage, and the Earth Communication Ear Grass for scouting. The only thing I lack is a healer. Fang Yuan calculated in his mind. Previously, there was a 9-leaf vitality grass, but Fang Yuan handed it over. Thus, there was Tusita flower. But this rank 2 9-leaf vitality grass, even if he kept it, Fang Yuan was not too satisfied with its healing ability. Among the rank 3 healing gu, there are a few that are more ideal. Like the endless life gu, it can heal continuously and consumes little primeval essence. In this aspect, it is most suitable for a gu master with poor aptitude like me. There is also the undying grass. It can preserve a sliver of life and hang on to one last breath. It is a top-notch life-saving gu. The most ideal is the self-reliance gu. This gu is special. It relies on the gu master's own strength. As long as the gu master's strength is great, it can stimulate the gu master's metabolism, thus healing injuries. But these 3 gu, where could Fang Yuan find them? As for the Guyue clan, even the underground wormhole had been searched by him, but he did not find any. There was no way such a rare gu worm would appear on the substance list. The only thing that had hope was the flower wine monk's inheritance. But this possibility was minuscule, and Fang Yuan did not have any hope. He already felt that the flower wine monk's inheritance was coming to an end. How could there be a gu that Fang Yuan needed at the very end? If that was the case, then it would be too ideal, too perfect. But Fang Yuan knew that this world was cruel and incomplete. If he really placed his hopes on it, then he would be naive. But even so, it is time to explore this inheritance. At least that chainsaw golden centipede should be in my hands. Fang Yuan had some thoughts in his heart. Chapter 166. Guzhenren 162_Guzhenren's full text free reading _section 162, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Although he planned to investigate the flower wine inheritance, Fang Yuan could not leave. He was in the limelight after becoming the clan elder, and with the frequent activity of the wolf tide, there were many tasks assigned to him, giving him no chance. Look // when he finally arrived at the rock crack secret cave, it was already more than 10 days later. Late summer night. The light rain had just stopped, bringing with it the scent of autumn. In the sky, a golden moon, round like a plate, hung high up in the sky. Faint wolf howls could be heard, mixed with the cicadas' cries. Fang Yuan hid himself on the slope and turned around to take a look. Guyue village was lit up with countless lights, the broken walls were repaired again and again, and had long lost the peace and tranquility of the past. It was like a huge beast that had gone through countless battles, lying on the ground and panting. After rebirth, even the progress of the wolf tide changed a lot. In my memory, the Thunder Crown wolf had arrived 3 days ago. But now it is nowhere to be seen. Fang Yuan took a glance, then turned his gaze away. Tonight was the time he had fought for, he had to make good use of it. After a while, he entered the rock crack secret cave again. The cave entrance was covered in dust, but there were no footprints, showing that this place had not been discovered yet. This little detection method was not very useful, but in Fang Yuan's experience, it was surprisingly useful. Of course, he did not only set up this method. After a few inspections, he confirmed that this secret cave was temporarily safe. He heaved a sigh of relief. Ever since his rebirth, more and more things had changed. Especially during the wolf tide, Gu masters moved out frequently. Who knows, someone might discover this place. He walked into the tunnel and entered the second secret room, pushing open the stone door and arriving at the mountain rock forest. In the rock forest, there were many jade-eye stone monkey groups migrating along the previously cleared path. But now, Fang Yuan was already a rank 3 Gu master. Although the Blood Moon Gu was a rank 3 Gu master, its attack power was not outstanding. But it was definitely much better than the rank 2 Moonglow Gu. Fang Yuan spent 6 hours, exterminating close to 10 monkey groups and reopening the path. He came to the center of the room and climbed the rough stone steps to enter the third secret room. The stone door blocked his way, and on the stone door was engraved, "In the Golden Centipede Cave there is a fatal disaster, use the earthly hearing to avoid the disaster." Last time, he stopped here. But this time, he resolutely pushed open the stone door and stepped inside. He held a torch in his hand. It illuminated a radius of 10 steps. The Golden Centipede Cave was spacious. The main road was at least 3 meters high and 2 meters wide. There were also many slightly narrow branches that branched out in all directions. Wherever Fang Yuan went, fire would illuminate and darkness would recede. At first, only the sound of his footsteps echoed in the cave, but not long after, rustling sounds came from all directions. The voices converged into one. It was endless. Soon, countless centipedes appeared at the edge of the fire. They were ferocious. However, due to the bright firelight, he did not attack Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan knew. As time passed, more and more centipedes appeared. The stalemate would soon be broken. But he did not care. If he was rank 2 and only had the white jade Gu's defense, he would not purposely create such a commotion and attract the centipedes. But now that he was rank 3, the Sky Canopy Gu's defense was enough for him to withstand the attacks of the centipedes. The only thing he had to worry about was the Worm King here, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede. It had already appeared. Fang Yuan purposely moved a trace of white-silver primeval essence from his aperture and let it flow out of his body, revealing his rank 3 Gu Master aura. This aura made the Chainsaw Golden Centipede feel an intense threat. To it, Fang Yuan was a strong, wild beast that had stepped into its territory, it needed to kill him immediately. Fang Yuan and it were confronting each other. This Chainsaw Golden Centipede was over 1 meter long, its body as wide as 2 fists. At first, it landed at the edge of the area illuminated by the fire. It coiled its body like a python lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. But soon, it moved slowly, its countless limbs supporting its body as it pressed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's rank 3 aura made it alert, but not afraid. If it was a rank 4, it would not take the initiative to press forward. If it was a rank 5, as long as its aura leaked out, it would turn around and escape. Fang Yuan raised the torch high, the flame on the torch was burning, illuminating the surrounding cave with light and shadows. In the light of the fire, the chainsaw golden centipede's dark golden shell shone with a faint light. The sides of its body were filled with silver serrated teeth. As it pressed forward, the serrated teeth also moved slowly, like a slowed-down electric saw, making a buzzing sound. The other small centipedes surrounded Fang Yuan from the ground and walls. Some of them climbed to the top of the cave, then fell down, landing on Fang Yuan's shoulders and back. Fang Yuan did not care. He activated the sky canopy goo, and a thick layer of white crystal light appeared on his body, forming a vague armor that tightly wrapped around him. The poisonous limbs of the centipedes could do nothing to this white crystal armor. Some of the twisting centipedes crawled on his face and ears. It might be disgusting, but Fang Yuan's mental fortitude was strong enough to ignore it. In his previous life, when he was in the wilderness, he ate everything, he even ate centipedes that were not poisonous. Actually, the taste was not bad, it tasted weird at first, but he got used to it after a while. He only focused on the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede advanced slowly, shortening the distance between it and Fang Yuan. When it was 3 to 4 steps away, Fang Yuan stopped the leakage of his white-silver primeval essence, causing his aura to weaken. The chainsaw golden centipede acutely sensed it, and its speed increased, like a golden line. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it had crossed the distance, and climbed up Fang Yuan's calf. Its speed was really fast, and when it moved, a golden light flashed. By the time Fang Yuan reacted, the chainsaw golden centipede had already coiled around his waist like a snake, opening its mouth and attacking Fang Yuan's face. Fang Yuan quickly stretched out his hands, and grabbed the centipede's head. The chainsaw golden centipede struggled intensely, and even though Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, he was gradually losing strength. Especially since the chainsaw golden centipede had a row of serrations on each side. It started to spin rapidly. Crack, crack, crack. A strong tearing force ground the sky canopy goo's white crystal light. At once, Fang Yuan's white-silver primeval essence in his aperture decreased rapidly, and at the same time, the white light was like sparks, being ground by the serrations. Fang Yuan's primeval essence was only initial stage light silver primeval essence, and he only had 42% in reserve, so it could not withstand such consumption. But Fang Yuan did not panic in the face of danger. Even if he could not get rid of the chainsaw golden centipede, he still had a trump card. Spring-Autumn Cicada. He willed, and the Spring-Autumn Cicada's figure appeared in his aperture. The Spring-Autumn Cicada's recovery was much better, its 2 wings were not only fresh and tender like leaves, its body also had the glossy luster of a noble tree. But overall, it still gave off a dry feeling. It had already recovered by 20%, and its aura was naturally stronger. This aura was released. The struggling chainsaw golden centipede immediately withered. It was only a rank 3 wild goo worm, facing the rank 6 Spring-Autumn Cicada's aura. It did not dare to move at all. Fang Yuan felt it the most. A moment ago, he was still holding onto the chainsaw golden centipede tightly, as if he was holding onto a poisonous python, trying to stop it from biting. In the next moment, it turned into a soft rope made of grass. Fang Yuan smiled, and activated his white-silver primeval essence. The chainsaw golden centipede had already surrendered. Fang Yuan's will was immediately destroyed. The wild will in its body was completely destroyed. In a few breaths' time, the chainsaw golden centipede was already under Fang Yuan's control. Fang Yuan released his hands. The chainsaw golden centipede's countless limbs moved rhythmically. It climbed up the white crystal armor, circling around Fang Yuan's waist, and coiled around his arm. The surrounding centipede swarm dispersed like the tide. The wild chainsaw golden centipede, because of its natural will, could control the swarm. But now that Fang Yuan's will had replaced it, the chainsaw golden centipede lost its ability to communicate and control the swarm. Fang Yuan did not exterminate the centipede swarm, and let it leave. In another decade or so, there might be a new chainsaw golden centipede in this swarm. But this no longer had much to do with Fang Yuan. He allowed the chainsaw golden centipede to cling onto his shoulder, and went deeper into the cave. This centipede cave was connected in all directions, and after walking for a while, the main path split into 3 branches. Fang Yuan first used the earth communication ear grass, and after listening for a while, he eliminated the middle path. He chose the right path, and after walking for half an hour, he found that it was a dead end. He could only retreat, and change to the left path. He kept the chainsaw golden centipede, and with the aura of the golden centipede, it was the most effective against these centipedes, and so everywhere he went, the swarm of insects avoided him. This greatly facilitated his exploration. Not long after entering the left path, he found some clues from the exposed walls after the swarm of insects moved away. This is a sign of artificial mining. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Evidently, this passage was opened up by the flower wine monk using the 1,000 miles earth wolf spider. Fang Yuan followed this path, and slowly walked down, patiently exploring. There were many centipedes living in this path, and this was good news for Fang Yuan. Because there was a swarm of insects living here, he could eliminate the possibility of many traps. This passageway was much longer than he had expected. Fang Yuan spent over 12 hours exploring and walked for close to 1.5 li. The slope of the path became more and more downward, and Fang Yuan gradually went deeper into the ground. Every once in a while, he would stop, and use the earth communication ear grass to listen, to eliminate as much possible danger as possible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What is this sound? Fang Yuan gradually heard a strange sound. Immediately, he realized what this sound was. This is the sound of water, could it be? His heart moved, and he already had a vague guess. At the end of the path, he saw a crystal wall. Behind the crystal wall was water. In the water, there were streams of grayish-white water, forming a spiral shape, rotating around each other. It was like a miniature tornado, rising and falling, growing and multiplying endlessly. Just as I guessed, this is a natural spirit spring. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's eyes could not help but focus. Immediately, he saw that there was something else in the spirit spring behind the crystal wall. A blue and white flower bud was floating leisurely in the spring water. This is actually the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Chapter 167. Fang Yuan looked at the heavenly essence treasure lotus in front of him, and the doubts in his heart dissipated by half. He deduced the rough history. Turning back time, close to 1,000 years ago. A rank 5 Gu master expert, alone, came to Qingmao Mountain, and coincidentally found this natural spirit spring in the underground cave. He was overjoyed, and set up camp here, moving the mortal villages at the foot of the mountain, forming the embryonic form of the Guyue village. He wantonly married hundreds of wives and concubines, spreading his bloodline. He was the ancestor of the Guyue clan, the founder of the Guyue village. After the first generation passed away, time passed. The second generation, third generation, and finally the fourth generation. The fourth generation clan leader had a great aptitude, and also cultivated to rank 5, bringing the clan to another golden age. One day, a demonic Gu master came to the village. He was a bald man, dressed in pink, and was a loner. He loved to violate the chastity of innocent girls. He was the famous demon of the demonic path at that time, the flower wine monk. This flower wine monk had some sort of fortuitous encounter, and knew the recipe to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus. He made a lot of preparations, and was just short of a natural spirit spring to refine this flower goo. He searched left and right, and finally chose the spirit spring in the Guyue village. Initially, he used the moon orchid as a pretense to get close to the higher-ups of the Guyue clan, and finally found out the truth of the Guyue clan. Then, in the battle with the fourth-generation clan leader, he used his great battle strength to almost obtain a complete victory. Not only did he kill the fourth generation, he even got rid of most of the clan elders. But he was poisoned by the Moonshadow Goo. The Moonshadow Goo was a goo that restricted the use of primeval essence, and was not fatal. But the flower wine monk was concerned about refining the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and did not want to massacre and attract unnecessary attention, hindering the refinement. Thus, he chose to act in secret. Finally, he secretly used the thousandly earthwolf spider to dig a tunnel, and stealthily came here. Using the materials he had prepared, he successfully refined the heavenly essence treasure lotus in the spirit spring. This heavenly essence treasure lotus had a great origin. Its refinement recipe was created by a righteous goo master thousands of years ago, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was only a rank 3 flower goo. But after it advanced to rank 6 heavenly essence treasure imperial lotus, it was ranked 6th among the 10 great immortal goo. Its value was comparable to spring autumn cicada. Heavenly essence treasure lotus, known as a mobile spirit spring, it could produce yuan stone for goo masters. However, the cost of fusing it was extremely high. To refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, a natural spirit spring was needed. This spring had to be filled with elemental energy. It couldn't be an elemental spring that had been used for many years and had a weak foundation. After the fusion was successful, the spirit spring would be completely useless, losing the ability to produce yuan stone and becoming the most ordinary spring water. The value of a natural spirit spring was enormous. Just look at how it fed Guyue tribe and countless goo masters for close to 1,000 years, it was clear. Refining the heavenly essence treasure lotus would require the destruction of such a spirit spring. But this was just the beginning. In the future, to advance to rank 4, he would need to waste 7 spirit springs. At rank 5, he would waste another 9 mouths. At rank 6, he would need to waste another 11 mouths. Besides this, he would need to use other precious goo worms as supplementary materials, each of them priceless. If I had this heavenly essence treasure lotus, it would be like having a miniature spirit spring with me. Heavenly essence treasure lotus is only rank 3, the yuan stone it produces cannot compare to a normal spirit spring, but it is enough to support my cultivation expenditure. There were many benefits to this. With the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could directly produce yuan stone. His income would definitely be much higher than the 9-leaf vitality grass. With yuan stone, not only could he advance his cultivation, he would also have enough money to exchange for it. With this treasure lotus, Fang Yuan could reduce the amount of yuan stone he had to carry. In the Tusita flower, he could only store food and other things, greatly reducing the burden on his logistics. But I heard that the process of refining this treasure lotus is complicated and mysterious. The treasure lotus goes from nothing to something, and during this period, it seems illusory yet real. Ordinary people cannot see it with their naked eyes, only through crystals can they see it clearly. This goo is delicate and needs to be nurtured in the spirit spring for 9 days and 9 nights. Only when this treasure lotus has 9 complete lotus leaves can it be plucked and stored in the primeval sea in the aperture. If I am too hasty, all my efforts will be wasted. All my previous hard work will turn into bitter water and flow away. Fang Yuan did not know the exact recipe of the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he only knew some secret rumors. To him, he had no idea how to further refine it. But even so, this rank 3 heavenly essence treasure lotus was still of great help to him. At this moment, he looked through the crystal wall and observed carefully, only to find that this flower bud actually only had 8.5 lotus leaves, with only half a leaf remaining. It was still a little short of 9 complete leaves. Fang Yuan did not find it strange. Hundreds of years had passed, the spirit spring's foundation had been depleted and was no longer as good as it was during the fourth generation. This heavenly essence treasure lotus was equivalent to condensing most of the spirit spring's essence, and the yuan stone produced by the spirit spring was constantly being depleted, causing its foundation to decrease. Thus, the treasure lotus gradually turned around and replenished the spirit spring's losses. Only when there were losses would there be remnant leaves. The heavenly essence treasure lotus can only be plucked if it has 9 leaves. Right now, there are only 8.5 leaves. If I want to pluck it, I will have to throw yuan stone into the spring. Yuan stone was the crystallization of the spirit spring, it could nourish the treasure lotus and allow it to grow again. But don't underestimate this half a leaf. To grow it, a large amount of yuan stone would be needed. If I am not wrong, this crystal wall should be the effect of the moat goo. Fang Yuan tried to touch it with his hand, and found that this wall was both real and illusory, like a shadow of light. His hand went into the wall, but there was no obstruction. But he quickly withdrew his hand, not daring to go deep into the spirit spring. The spirit spring was most taboo to be polluted. He poured in his primeval essence, activating Tusita flower and taking out a yuan stone. He threw the yuan stone into the crystal wall, and as if the wall did not exist, the yuan stone went through it and quickly entered the spring. It crashed into the heavenly essence treasure lotus phantom. The blue and white flower bud of the heavenly essence treasure lotus immediately shook like water. Almost in an instant, this yuan stone was digested by the heavenly essence treasure lotus. When the flower returned to normal, Fang Yuan focused his attention, but did not see any changes in the leaf. His expression was calm, and he threw in tens of yuan stone, but the leaf still did not grow. Fang Yuan continued to throw in yuan stone, and at the same time, counted the number of yuan stone in his heart. When he threw in more than 500 yuan stone, he saw the leaf grow by a little. Seeing this, Fang Yuan's heart sank. According to this calculation, he would need to throw in more than 50,000 yuan stone at once. If he threw it in batches, as time passed, the clan would continuously take out yuan stone, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus would consume itself to replenish this spirit spring. More than 50,000 yuan stone. I already have more than 10,000 with me, I still need 40,000. With his status as a clan elder, it was not difficult for Fang Yuan to gather 40,000 yuan stone. But the real problem was, once this heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, this spirit spring would be completely destroyed. At that time, it would definitely attract the wrath of the entire clan, and they would go crazy in their investigation. Fang Yuan was experienced, but his methods were limited. If he really did not care about the consequences, he would definitely be found. In reality, the higher-ups of the clan had long suspected him, but due to the wolf tide, they did not act up. Once the flower wine monk's inheritance was exposed, Fang Yuan would definitely be the first suspect. Even if Fang Yuan secretly escaped, he would be hunted down by the entire clan. I will not give up on the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Even without the recipe, who knows what will happen in the future? But once I pluck this goo, it will be like poking a hornet's nest, and I will be killed. Fang Yuan thought to himself. To collect this heavenly essence treasure lotus, he had to wait for the right opportunity to appear. This heavenly essence treasure lotus should be the last of the flower wine monk's inheritance. But there are still many suspicious points in this whole matter. In order to refine the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the flower wine monk came here. But what unforeseen event happened that caused him to be heavily injured, and he hurriedly set up this inheritance before he died? The reason the flower wine monk set up the inheritance, Fang Yuan already knew. It was to take revenge on the Guyue clan. If the heavenly essence treasure lotus was taken out from the spirit spring, no matter if it was successful or not, the natural spirit spring would definitely be destroyed. Without the natural spirit spring, the Guyue clan would not have a base to stay here. Falling apart was something that would happen sooner or later. Forget it, without any new evidence, there will be no progress in dwelling on this suspicious point. Let's return to the village first. Finally, Fang Yuan shook his head, and began to return along the path he came from. But before he left the secret cave, a shrill and loud wolf howl could be heard continuously. This sound. Fang Yuan's heart sank, and he hurriedly walked out. Walking to the riverbank outside the stone crack, a thick smell of blood assaulted his nose. Although he was still a distance away from the village, the battle cries, wolf howls, and explosions interweaved together, making it extremely noisy. Fang Yuan turned invisible, and climbed up a hill. It was now dawn, and the sky was dimly lit. Countless wolf packs, like a tide, rushed towards the Guyue village in waves. Fang Yuan's gaze swept across, and his body shook. At the back of the wolf pack, he found a lightning wolf that was as large as a small mountain. King of beasts, Thunder Crown Wolf. This wolf's body was slender, its limbs strong, and its entire body was covered in blue scales. Tufts of golden wolf fur were distributed on the wolf's claws, head, and tail. Especially the fur on its head, it was all puffed up, forming the shape of a towering crown. It half squatted on the ground, and was as quiet as a statue. The frenzy lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves that were constantly howling around it, only served to accentuate its elegance and nobility. It was only sitting on the ground, but it already brought great psychological pressure to the Guyue clan. We've finally welcomed the King of Beasts, the Guyue village has reached a crucial moment of life and death. Fang Yuan looked towards the village, where countless Gu masters were fighting intensely, trying their best to resist the crazy wolf tide. Suddenly, close to 10 figures leapt out from the village walls, going against the wolf tide and going against the flow, charging towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. These people were all clan elders, and among them, the clan leader Guyue Bo was in the lead. Chapter 168. To fight the Thunder Crown Wolf, they had to take the initiative. Its strength was too great, and if they let it into the village, it would cause a huge loss. This team was strong, with the rank 4 clan leader Guyue Bo as the spearhead and the other clan elders as support. They had a great impact force. The wolf tide surged, but they went against the flow. Their teamwork was strict, like a warship, splitting the wind and waves, advancing forward bravely. Everywhere they went, they were invincible. The closer they got to the Thunder Crown Wolf, the greater the pressure from the wolf tide. Guyue Bo's face was calm. Suddenly, he stretched out his right palm and slashed fiercely in front of him. Swoosh! A golden moon blade, the size of a grown man, formed in an instant and shot forward. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. After flying for a few meters, the moon blades suddenly changed, splitting into 3. The 3 moon blades moved side by side, bringing with them the sound of the wind. Like a knife cutting through flesh, 3 bloody paths were carved out. The wolf pack fell down, broken limbs flying everywhere and miserable cries could be heard. A frenzy lightning wolf growled, pouncing towards the Gu masters from the right. Let me. A clan elder took a deep breath and suddenly turned from a skinny man to a fat man. There was a loud bang. He used his round belly and sent the frenzy lightning wolf flying. The frenzy lightning wolf was aggressive, and the greater the impact, the stronger the rebound. It was thrown high up in the air, drawing an arc in the air and landing hundreds of meters away. The other clan elders also displayed their abilities. Some had long hair like needles, shooting out from time to time, sweeping away groups of lightning wolves. Some had light armor on their bodies, enduring the biting of the lightning wolves. The Thunder Crown Wolf slowly stood up from its half-sitting position. It stared at the Gu masters charging towards it, its eerie eyes flashing with vigilance. It opened its mouth and let out a low growl, revealing its sharp and jagged teeth. The frenzy lightning wolves and bold lightning wolves heard its growl and immediately mobilized, pouncing towards the Gu masters. The Gu masters' charge slowed down, feeling a strong obstruction. Clan leader. Clan elders, we're counting on you. You must win. Countless pairs of eyes were focused on them. Countless cries rang out in the hearts of the clansmen. This was the most crucial battle. If they were defeated, the entire stronghold would face the danger of annihilation. If they won, they would have survived the most difficult moment of the wolf tide. This was a battle that would decide the life and death of the Guyue clan. None of the clan elders retreated. They pushed forward while bathed in blood. Even though they did not lose a single person, they were all wounded. They killed their way through the encirclement and faced the Thunder Crown Wolf head-on. Healing light Gu. Suddenly, a middle-aged female elder stretched out her hands, and a pure white warm light surged out. It first flowed onto the clan leader's body, and then onto the elders' bodies one by one. This was a rank 3 Gu worm that could heal groups, immediately stopping the bleeding of the Gu master's wounds, healing their light injuries and healing most of their heavy injuries. Accept the challenge. Guyue Bo roared. When the 5 elders heard the signal, they swung their hands and shot a crescent blade towards the sky. A clan elder suddenly roared, his muscles bulging and expanding to 3 times his original size, turning into a white-haired gorilla. It leapt to the front of the group, its 10 fingers clasped together. Guyue Bo stepped on its hands. It growled and kicked with all its strength, throwing Guyue Bo into the sky. Moon Invitation Gu. Guyue Bo opened his left hand, emitting a hazy whirlpool of purple moonlight. The elders' crescent blades were attracted by this purple moonlight whirlpool, swallowing them one by one. Slash! Guyue Bo's eyes shone with a sharp light, and with a thunderous voice, he chopped down with his palm. Whoosh! Wind and thunder roared, and a purple crescent blade, larger than a horse carriage, fiercely slashed towards the Thunder Crown Wolf. This crescent blade seemed slow but was actually fast. In an instant, it hit its target. The Thunder Crown Wolf howled, and at the crucial moment, its body lit up with a lightning armor. Bam! The next moment, an intense explosion occurred, and the sky was filled with eerie blue lightning and deep purple moonlight. Countless people squinted their eyes, and the air currents surged, sending countless ordinary lightning wolves flying. After the intense light disappeared, the Gu masters were already engaged in an intense battle with the Thunder Crown Wolf. The clan elders were all experienced, and had great teamwork. An old man's white hair fluttered in the wind, shooting out needles like rain. A woman's nostrils were filled with fire like snakes, and she breathed out a wave of orange flames, attacking from both sides. 3 Gu masters, one turned into a white ape, and the other had skin as hard as steel, restraining the Thunder Crown Wolf. One threw out a puppet Gu, injecting primeval essence into it, turning it into a rattan shell grass soldier or a red spear wood soldier, acting as cannon fodder and attracting firepower. The healing Gu masters stayed at the periphery, activating healing light Gu from time to time. There were also defensive Gu masters protecting them. The Thunder Crown Wolf was stunned. On its right forelimb, there was a huge wound, and blood flowed out continuously. This was the result of that purple crescent blade. It growled continuously, falling into the Gu master's meticulous trap. It wanted to exert strength, but was unable to do so. The Gu masters moved and jumped around it, like fleas around cats and dogs. They continued to move and pull space, their teamwork was extremely good. But good times did not last long. The Thunder Crown Wolf gradually adapted, and the wounds on its body healed. It was obvious that there was a healing Gu worm in its body. This is very bad news. The existence of a healing Gu meant that this was a war of attrition. Wild Gu worms could directly use the natural primeval essence in the air, but Gu masters could only use the primeval essence stored in their aperture. After fighting for 15 minutes, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly howled towards the sky, and its body flashed with lightning, its speed doubled. The white ape that the clan elder had transformed into did not dodge in time, and was caught off guard. The Thunder Crown Wolf bit into it, and with a swing of its head, it tore it into 2. It tore a gap in the battle line, and with a swing of its tail, waves of purple-blue lightning shot out. The Gu masters could only retreat. In the face of danger, clan leader Guyue Bo stepped forward. He was a rank 4 expert, his attacks were sharp, and his defense was outstanding. He was like a pillar of strength, using all his strength to turn the situation around. Mountain rocks crumbled, lights and shadows exploded. The battle expanded, and the aftermath wreaked havoc on the battlefield. Not a single lightning wolf dared to join the battle. The battle became more and more intense. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries worsened, and blood flowed non-stop. Some wounds were so deep that bones could be seen. The Gu Masters also suffered heavy losses, losing 6 clan elders one after another. If not for the clan elders in the village rushing out to provide support, the battle would have already collapsed. Everyone hold on, and we will win. Guyuebo's eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse as he tried to raise the morale. But at this moment, the Thunder Crown Wolf suddenly went berserk, and its body was covered in a layer of bright red light. Rank 4 Berserk Gu. Its strength, speed, agility, and other attributes had all increased by 2 times from its original foundation. Bam! With a loud sound, its right claw smashed a clan elder into meat paste. With a swing of its tail, the wind howled, and an electric net flew over, covering a group of grass puppets, turning them into charcoal. I can't. My puppet Gu has been used up. The clan elder shouted in panic. The situation took a turn for the worse, and the true terror of the myriad beast king was displayed, causing everyone to despair. Guyuebo's brows furrowed, almost crushing his teeth. He suddenly shouted, "Trap it, use the iron chain snake." The clan elders felt a chill in their hearts when they heard this. When the wolf tide started, they had already deduced countless tactics. This tactic was only used as a last resort. Wind rope Gu. A clan elder shouted, breathing out a green wind from his nose, coiling around the Thunder Crown Wolf's claws. Swamp Gu. Another clan elder growled, squatting down and slamming his palms on the ground. The ground under the Thunder Crown Wolf's feet immediately turned into a swamp. With such a 2-pronged attack, the Thunder Crown Wolf's movements slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other clan elders stretched out their hands, shooting out black shadows from their sleeves and pants. These black shadows were as thick as a fist and more than 2 meters long. Looking closely, every black shadow was a snake Gu. These snakes were shaped like iron chains, their bodies dark and gloomy, with iron rings intertwined around them. Only the snake's head was normal. After flying out, they slithered on the ground and quickly climbed onto the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. Their heads and tails were connected, biting each other tightly. In the blink of an eye, they had formed a metal net, taking root in the ground and trapping the Thunder Crown Wolf in place. But this situation was only temporary. As the Thunder Crown Wolf continued to struggle, the iron chains broke one by one. In just 5 to 6 minutes, this iron chain snake formation collapsed, no longer able to trap the Thunder Crown Wolf. Qi Guang, Sua Ping, stay behind and prevent the wolf group from attacking the iron chains. The rest of you, retreat to the village with me. Guyuebo shouted coldly, choosing to retreat. But the other clan elders were not surprised, they already knew the clan leader's intention. They retreated to the village, and an elder immediately came to receive them. Lord Clan Leader, everything is ready. Guyuebo nodded and led everyone to the clan leader pavilion. In the square in front of the pavilion, there were already many Gu masters sitting on the ground, more than 100 of them. These Gu masters were all heavily injured and could not enter the battlefield in the short term. Each of them had a calm expression, as if they were facing death with equanimity. As for those with better mobility, they were fighting on the front lines. At this point in the battle, the clan had already given their all. When the battle was at a critical juncture, even the mortals were mobilized, using their lives to form a great wall of flesh and blood, temporarily blocking the wolf tide and giving the Gu masters time to breathe. Guyuebo and the clan elders came to the ancestral hall of the clan leader pavilion. In front of the ancestral tablets, they all knelt on the ground. Ancestors above, this junior is ashamed. The wolf tide is surging, and the village is in a life and death situation. I beseech ancestors to help us. Guyue Bo said in a deep voice, and the ancestral hall fell into a deathly silence. Drip, drip. The blood of some clan elders seeped out from the hastily bandaged wounds and dripped onto the ground. Guyue Bo and the clan elders held their breaths, not daring to breathe too loudly. In the past, the first-generation clan leader had a premonition of impending death and left the village. Before leaving, he left behind his will. If the clan met with a calamity in the future, facing the danger of extinction, he could pray to his own tablet, and at that time, a goo worm would descend from the sky and help the clan through the crisis. In history, the Guyue clan had met with several major crises and passed through them all like this. This was the final trump card of the Guyue clan. Chapter 169. The ancestral hall was deathly silent. The clan elders and clan leader lowered their heads, feeling like a huge rock was pressing down on their hearts. After a goo master dies, the goo worms they leave behind still have the will of the person. They cannot be considered wild goo worms, and have lost the ability to directly use the primeval energy in nature. These goo worms can be considered as the goo master's life, continuing in another way. Everyone's heart was filled with unease. The first clan leader had passed away for close to 1,000 years. Was the method he left behind still effective? This was an unknown. After all, it had been 200 years since the last crisis. Why did they retreat? On the hill, Fang Yuan saw this scene and could not help but feel suspicious. In his previous life in the village, his cultivation was too low, and he could not come into contact with the clan's secrets. But soon, his body shook as he found a group of flying insects descending from the sky. This is... Fang Yuan squinted his eyes into a line, a cold light flashing in his eyes. There were over 100 of these goo worms, flying and coiling around each other, forming a red cloud that spiraled down and landed in the village square. Buzz buzz buzz, the noise of the insect group entered the ancestral hall, and some clan elders raised their heads, showing an expression of wild joy. Thank you, ancestor, for your protection. Clan leader Guyue Bo's heart was relieved, and he respectfully bowed before standing up. Let's go and take a look. The clan leader sighed. Other than joy on his face, there was also pain and sorrow, his expression complex. Leaving the ancestral hall, standing in the corridor of the tall building, everyone saw that on the square, there was a red whirlwind blowing, and the goo worms were wreaking havoc. These goo worms were only the size of a fingertip, shaped like flying mosquitoes. They had a sinister appearance and were completely red. They burrowed into the bodies of the goo masters sitting in the square, absorbing their blood and primeval essence, and in a few breaths of time, from one to several. The number of goo worms increased, and there were constantly new flying goo worms, burrowing through the goo master's skin, flying out and burrowing back in. Screams and snorts could be heard in the square, but not a single goo master escaped. Before they came, they had already been informed of this by the clan elders. For the clan, they were willing to use their bodies to nurture goo, using their own sacrifices to exchange for the clan's survival. These are the good sons of my tribe. Guyue Bo watched this scene from upstairs. His voice was extremely low, and his hands that were holding onto the windowsill were trembling slightly. The rest of the elders had pained expressions and remained silent. This situation was exactly the same as the family's records. This group of goo worms left behind by the first-generation ancestor had to be fed with the lives of goo masters before they could be satisfied. Only then would they be able to help the clan resist external enemies. Soon, this group of flying goo were full. They flew up again. Their momentum was even greater, and in a short period of time, the swarm's numbers had increased by dozens of times. Leaving behind a pile of white bones on the square, they formed a scarlet hurricane that whistled towards the wolf pack outside the village. It really is the flying guillotine. Fang Yuan thought to himself as he watched the scene from the hillside far away. This blood guillotine was a rank 5 goo worm, nurturing and using in one. It was extremely mystical. It feeds on Gu Master's vital blood essence, and after it is full, it will split and split, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4. If it was hungry and could not find food for the time being, it would devour each other, reducing the size of the group to maintain its own consumption of life. When the flying guillotine was at its peak, the flying insects covered the sky and earth, able to destroy entire villages, and were even more terrifying than many rank 6 Gu worms. When it was weak, there were only 1 or 2 of them, and they were all alone, not even comparable to a rank 3 Gu. Especially when this flying guillotine evolved further, it would become the famous rank 6 demonic Gu, blood deity. Among the top 10 demonic Gu in the world, it was ranked 7th. When Fang Yuan created the Blood-Winged Demon sect in his previous life, the first thing he wanted to refine was not the spring-autumn cicada, but the blood deity. Unfortunately, there were many things in this world that he could not do anything about. Due to various reasons, he could only settle for the next best thing and refine the spring-autumn cicada. This group of flying guillotines numbered in the tens of thousands. They swept through the battlefield like a hurricane, and everywhere they went, the wolves howled. They swept left and right, drilling into the bodies of the lightning wolves. In just a few breaths, the blood of the lightning wolves was sucked dry by the flying guillotine. But this beast blood could not split the flying guillotine. Only a Gu Master's blood essence that contained primeval essence could have this effect. One by one, the lightning wolves were turned into dried corpses, falling to the ground, losing all signs of life. Only bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves could spit out electric currents that could restrain these flying guillotines. However, they usually only managed to electrocute a small group of flying insects before they were swarmed by the densely packed flying guillotines behind them, sucking them dry. Howl! The iron net broke, and the Thunder Crown Wolf regained its freedom, letting out an angry howl. The flying guillotines sensed it and gathered together, forming a large red cloud that covered an area of several mu, firmly covering the Thunder Crown Wolf. The Thunder Crown Wolf's tail swung around, and blue electric plasma burst out. Hundreds and thousands of flying guillotines were electrocuted into charcoal in an instant. The crackling sound was like firecrackers exploding. A gust of wind blew, carrying with it the unpleasant smell of the burning flying guillotines. The flying guillotine was indeed a rank 5 Gu worm, but it was not controlled by anyone, and could only attack by force. On the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, there were many rank 4 Gu worms, and some of them had a wide attack range, which countered the flying guillotine. The flying insects surged like a red cloud, and the Thunder Crown Wolf that was the size of a small mountain roared and struggled, howling as it moved. The Thunder Crown Wolf's huge body had become its weakest point, and was targeted by the fingertip-sized flying guillotines. The battle was intense, and large numbers of flying guillotines fell to the ground. The Thunder Crown Wolf's scales were broken, and some of the flying guillotines drilled into its body, sucking blood wantonly. The Thunder Crown Wolf had no choice but to spray electric plasma on its body, electrocuting these flying guillotines to death. This way, its muscles were gradually roasted, emitting a rich meaty aroma. The wolf tide's attack on the village had already stopped. Countless lightning wolves, under the Thunder Crown Wolf's call, charged towards the insect swarm. The Gu Masters could be said to have narrowly escaped death, and all of them held their breaths, nervously watching the grand and tragic slaughter in front of them. The insect swarm was like a whirlwind of death. Countless lightning wolves could not get far before collapsing. However, the lightning wolves sacrificed themselves, causing the insect swarm to expend their energy. The number of flying guillotines decreased, and the cloud-like density gradually turned into a thin mist. Towards the end, they only danced in the air, like a whirlwind. The Thunder Crown Wolf struggled to get out, whimpering as it ran away. More than half of its blood had been sucked, and now its limbs were sore. Its running speed was not even a tenth of its original speed, and the electric currents on its body were sparse to the extreme. As the leader of the wolf pack, once the Thunder Crown Wolf left, the rest of the lightning wolves lost their will to fight. They also ran away with their tails between their legs. We finally withstood it. The Gu Masters saw this and were stunned. Some of them collapsed on the ground, unwilling to get up. I'm actually still alive. Many Gu masters had complex expressions, some were happy, and some were sad. In the wolf tide, how many clansmen were sacrificed? Buzz buzz buzz, the sparse flying guillotine swarm flew into the sky, circling around the Guyue village once, and then disappeared into the clouds. Fang Yuan saw this, and his eyes flashed with a thoughtful light. With the Thunder Crown Wolf's defeat, the Guyue village was safe. In fact, the wolf pack was almost dead, and was no longer in scale. This wolf tide could be said to be over. However, the wolf pack was vengeful, and as long as this myriad beast king was not dead, it would come back again in the next wolf tide. After a few years of recuperation, it would be even more cunning and stronger. Right now, it was at its weakest. Killing it and taking the Gu worms on its body could make up for some of the clan's losses. Yao Zhong, Gu Yan, you two stay behind and deal with the aftermath. The rest of the clan elders, follow me and chase after the Thunder Crown Wolf. Guyue Bo hurriedly made the arrangements, and immediately led the remaining 7 clan elders who could still fight out of the village, chasing after the Thunder Crown Wolf. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed, and he weighed his options. Although the clan's strength is weak, the situation is not chaotic. Moreover, these flying guillotines are suspicious. I should follow the clan leader and observe the situation. He concealed his figure and walked down the hill. The Stealth Scales Gu and Thunderwings Gu could not be used at the same time. Thunderwings Gu was a rank 3 Gu, and once activated, it would form a pair of lightning wings. The rank 2 Stealth Scales Gu could not conceal it. Against a rank 3 clan elder, the Stealth Scales Gu's concealment ability was not reliable. Fang Yuan could only follow the traces and follow from afar, not daring to get too close. When the Thunder Crown Wolf attacked, he was still in the Rock Crack secret cave and did not participate in the battle. If he suddenly appeared now, the clan elders and clan leader would be furious and question him. Moreover, there were many things that Fang Yuan could not explain clearly. The Thunder Crown Wolf's injuries were heavy, and its speed was not fast. After chasing for about half an hour, Fang Yuan could faintly hear the sounds of fighting and cursing in the valley ahead. He stealthily moved over, climbing up a mountain rock, and saw a group of Gu masters fighting. That Thunder Crown Wolf was lying on the ground, with many new wounds on its body, blood flowing non-stop, and it was on the verge of death. Its eyes were dim, as if it was on the verge of death. Old Bai Mao, you guys are really shameless, daring to come and take advantage of us. He, Guyue Bo, your words are wrong. This Thunder Crown Wolf was obviously stopped by us. If you know what's good for you, get out of the way. Guyue Bo and the Bai clan leader fought fiercely. There were 3 Thunder Crown Wolves in the wolf den, all of them were myriad beast kings, each leading a pack of tens of thousands of wolves. They did not belong to each other, and no one could suppress the other. The wolf pack's movements were always about teamwork. The 3 Thunder Crown Wolves also developed intelligence, and started hunting the 3 remaining beast packs on Qing Mao Mountain. In their eyes, humans were also wild beasts, and even more so, prey. In their understanding, the wolf tide was a large-scale hunt where everyone went out of their nest. On Qing Mao Mountain, Guyue, Xiong, and Bai clans had been in a stalemate for hundreds of years, and naturally had their own trump cards. Xiong clan was the weakest, and was still resisting the wolf tide with difficulty. Bai clan had risen in recent years, and their overall strength had already surpassed the Guyue clan. After killing the Thunder Crown Wolf and repelling the wolf tide, the Bai clan leader brought a group of clan elders and rushed to the Guyue village to see if there was anything to take advantage of. Who would have thought, they really did take advantage of a loophole, and trapped the Thunder Crown Wolf in this valley. On the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, there were many Gu worms, some as high as rank 4. The Thunder Crown Wolf's blood, skull, eyes and fur were all precious refinement materials. The Guyue clan would definitely not give it up, and in their anger, they started an intense battle. Fang Yuan, you really came. I've been waiting for you for a long time. On the mountain wall, a cold laugh could be heard. Fang Yuan raised his head, and saw a white-clothed young man descending from the sky, an ice blade whistling through the air, mercilessly slashing towards his face. Chapter 170. White clothes, one arm, snow-white hair, blue eyes. If not Bai Ningbing, who else could it be? Before the ice blade even reached his body, Fang Yuan felt a cold aura assaulting him, like a cold star falling to the ground. The killing intent was cold and merciless. Fang Yuan's eyes were eerie black, not moving in the face of danger. He leapt backwards and poured his primeval essence into the sky canopy goo, creating a white armor to protect himself. With a muffled sound, the ice blade heavily struck the ground, and in that instant, a pile of white icicles burst out, protruding from the ground. Crack, crack. The sharp icicles protruded all the way, extending in a straight line towards the direction Fang Yuan was retreating, forming an ice path. Fang Yuan lightly flipped to the side, dodging it. The mountain path was narrow, and he slid down into the valley. He. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, why do I always want to kill you when I see you? Tell me. Bai Ningbing excitedly shook, laughing maniacally. His laughter attracted the gazes of the other Gu masters in the valley. Seeing Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan, their expressions varied. Lord Bai Ningbing, I'm here to help you. A Bai clan Gu master who was standing at the side shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Clan leader, it's our clan's Fang Yuan. A Guyue clan Gu master shouted. I know. Clan leader Guyue Bo's expression was uncertain. He dodged the Bai clan leader's attack, and made up his mind, shouting, deal with this first. Fang Yuan had mysteriously disappeared before the wolf tide, causing Guyue clan's higher-ups to be suspicious of him. Adding on the huge pressure from the Bai clan Gu masters, no one went to help Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing looked at the arrival of his helper. But he was furious, shouting at the person, go away, this is my battle, don't interfere. Lord Bai Ningbing, you lost an arm, it is detrimental to your battle. You are our Bai clan's hope, we cannot touch you. Let me clear the obstacles for you. The Bai clan Gu master shouted. As he leaped, he charged in front of Fang Yuan. He activated his Gu, and an orange-yellow light surged out of his palms. Bang! He patted the ground lightly. When the yellow light entered the ground, a mound of earth immediately rose up. The mound moved rapidly towards Fang Yuan, growing larger and larger. Suddenly, the mound exploded. A yellow and muddy hand appeared. This hand was incomparably huge and was as tall as an adult. It grabbed at Fang Yuan from afar, and its might was suffocating. Fang Yuan snorted disdainfully. The gigantic hand was about to grab him and kill him. Suddenly, a dark golden light surged out of the aperture, forming a dazzling light band that wrapped around Fang Yuan's body. When the giant hand reached him, it was twisted a few times by the dark golden belt of light and shattered. What kind of goo is this? Bai Ningbing was shocked. The dark golden light dissipated. The true appearance of the goo worm was revealed. It was more than a meter long and as wide as 2 fists. The dark gold carapace exuded a domineering aura, and the sharp silver teeth on both sides of its body flickered with a cold light. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Come! Fang Yuan shouted, and shook his right arm. His right hand turned into a palm. The chainsaw golden centipede's countless legs climbed agilely on his body. Its body twisted like a snake, coiling around his right arm. It opened its mouth and swallowed Fang Yuan's right palm, all the way to his forearm. Fang Yuan swung his arm, and the meter-long golden centipede swung its tail. It drew an arc in the air, making a light sound. At this moment, the golden centipede shrunk its body to the limit. Its length of nearly 2 meters immediately shrunk to 1.5 meters. At the same time, its 2 legs shrunk into the carapace. Only 2 rows of silver teeth were left. At first glance, it was as if Fang Yuan was holding a dark gold and silver sword with a pointless blade. The Bai Clan Gu master who came to help was shocked. He had never thought that the chainsaw golden centipede could be used like this. Gu masters nurture Gu, refine Gu, and use Gu, all of them were profound. Fang Yuan's usage could be said to be bold and imaginative, pushing the limits of one's imagination. In fact, this usage was not invented by Fang Yuan. In his previous life, 300 years later, there was a new talent of the demonic path, known as the Chainsaw Mad Demon. He used the rank 4 Lightning Tooth Killer Centipede, which was one of the directions of the rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede's advancement. But in this life, Fang Yuan's usage of it was unprecedented. "I'll show you." Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, activating his aperture's primeval essence and pouring it into the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's body. Buzz! 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 The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 rows of silver teeth started moving crazily, letting out a manic sound that caused one's heart to tremble. Thunderwings Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, and a pair of eerie blue lightning wings formed behind him with a swoosh. Swoosh! The thunder wings flapped, and he shot out like lightning. Fast! 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 This speed caused the Bai Clan Gu master's pupils to shrink, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The aura of death assaulted him, and he screamed, activating his strongest Gu worm. His body shone with a thick yellow light. The yellow light was like armor, but before it could fully form, Fang Yuan had already charged towards him. His black hair danced in the wind, his eyes like lightning, like a demon god coming out of a nightmare to kill his way into the mortal world. His movements were fierce, completely stretching out his muscles, and the strength of 2 boars burst out to the limit. The golden centipede was like a sword, drawing a beautiful golden shadow in the air. The saw teeth spun crazily, fiercely slashing at the Bai Clan Gu master's waist. Crack, crack, crack. The yellow light armor was crushed by the saw teeth, and before it could fully form, it disintegrated in an instant. The saw teeth pierced into flesh like cutting butter. Fang Yuan swung, and his flesh was minced into pieces, his spine snapped, and his organs were instantly destroyed. The Bai Clan Gu master's upper body flew up, but his lower body remained on the spot. Plop! His eyes were wide open, looking at his lower body in horror, and he died in extreme shock. This commotion caused the attacks of everyone in the midst of a fierce battle to stagnate. They looked at Fang Yuan, their gazes filled with shock and anger. This Bai Clan Gu master was a rank 3 elder, and was quite famous. But Fang Yuan's attacks were wild, pressing forward with indomitable will, killing him in an instant. His body was covered in blood, and the Bai Clan Gu master's flesh and bones were still on him. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's 2 rows of saw teeth spun crazily, such a ferocious might that people could not help but look at it. What a good Gu worm! Bai Ningbing shouted, his eyes suddenly shining with crazed excitement. Fang Yuan, you did not disappoint me. Let's fight! He shouted, his expression as passionate as fire, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Noisy! Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice. He turned around and counterattacked. Bam! The Chainsaw Golden Centipede and the ice blade fiercely collided, and with a cracking sound, the saw teeth cut into the ice blade. Ice shards flew in all directions. The next moment, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede broke the ice blade, and swept towards Bai Ningbing's face. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. He decisively gave up on the ice blade and retreated, pulling out a distance of over 2 meters. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede was only 1.5 m long when shrunk. Including Fang Yuan's right arm, it was still a little short of Bai Ningbing's size. But Fang Yuan willed, and the Chainsaw Golden Centipede suddenly extended its body. This? Bai Ningbing was shocked, not expecting such a change. He was hit in the chest by the centipede's tail. Even with the protection of the ice muscles, a large wound was still cut open. At that moment, he felt a strong force surging towards him. He unavoidably flew backwards, crashing into a huge rock behind him. Blood splattered on the surface of the rock, but the ice muscles quickly stopped the bleeding. Bai Ningbing coughed violently, and was about to get up when he suddenly heard a thunderous wind. The wind howled in his ears. An unprecedented sense of danger filled his heart. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, and without raising his head, he quickly rolled away. Bam! The next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede descended from the sky, carrying a fierce aura as it heavily struck the huge rock he was lying on. The silver edges of the blade moved crazily. The huge rock crumbled. If this attack landed on me, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing felt a chill in his heart, and an unyielding anger rose in his heart. Ever since the battle with Guyue Qingshu, he did not suppress his cultivation, and allowed it to grow freely. Although he lost an arm, his cultivation was still intact, but he was actually suppressed by a rank 3 initial stage Fang Yuan. Unwillingness. Humiliation. Anger. Kill. He roared, and with a flick of his wrist, primeval essence poured into the ice blade Gu in his palm, creating a brand new ice blade. Seeing Bai Ningbing charging over, Fang Yuan sneered, and went on the offensive. He had obtained the black and white boar Gu, and his strength was above Bai Ningbing's. Right now, the chainsaw golden centipede was as light as a tree branch. Cut, chop, hack, twist, twist. The golden centipede's blade moved crazily, and in Fang Yuan's hands, it was sometimes agile like a bee, sometimes heavy like an elephant, sometimes fierce like a tiger, and sometimes soft like a snake. More importantly, the golden centipede moved according to Fang Yuan's will, shrinking and lengthening at times, sometimes long and sometimes short, sometimes straight and sometimes curved, making Bai Ningbing very uncomfortable and unable to defend against it. He screamed loudly, retreating step by step, his body full of injuries. His white battle robe had already turned into a ragged beggar's attire. Fang Yuan's black wind danced, and his expression was cold as he displayed his proficient sword skills, blade skills, axe skills, and rod skills. He combined all of them together, and the chainsaw golden centipede became a deadly weapon. Gu worms also depended on who was using them. Good one, Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing screamed. Countless ice blades were destroyed, and he finally realized that he could not fight with Fang Yuan head-on. His body was bathed in blood, and his ice muscles' defense was almost broken, but this made him even more passionate for battle. If close combat was not possible, then long range. Blue bird ice coffin Gu. Bai Ningbing pulled some distance away, and spat. Birds flapped their wings, flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not flustered, and his expression did not change. With a flick of his left wrist, the blood moon blade intercepted these ice birds, causing them to self-destruct in the air. Others were usually only good at using one hand's moon blade, but with Fang Yuan's rich battle experience, he could use his left hand's moon blade skillfully and skillfully. Bai Ningbing saw that this did not work, and used icicle Gu. Icicle after icicle flew out, and mixed with the blue birds, forming a concentrated attack. Fang Yuan only had one long-range method, and could only choose to intercept the more threatening ice birds. As for the icicles, he dodged them, and used the sky canopy Gu to block them. Bai Ningbing finally gained the upper hand, and was about to increase his battle prowess when he suddenly saw Fang Yuan sneer, and with a flick of his right hand, the chainsaw golden centipede left the ground, and quickly burrowed into the ground. The hidden threat was simply too great. Bai Ningbing was stunned. She cursed out loud and hurriedly leaped back. Chapter 171. You forced me to do this. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, forming an ice blade. At the same time, he secretly activated the whirlwind Gu and fierce wind Gu. The white ice blade storm rose again. At first, it was only a small wave, but soon, it expanded. Icy winds howled, frost and snow flew everywhere. Ice spread on the ground, effectively restraining the chainsaw golden centipede's underground assault. This ice blade storm was Bai Ningbing's unique move. It also displayed the battle talent of this northern dark ice soul physique. This was the combination of the ice blade gu, whirlwind gu, and fierce wind gu, forming the profundity of both offense and defense. Without the cooperation of two or more defensive gu worms, it was impossible to resist. The fierce winds howled, the blades froze, and the white storm spun like a huge beast awakening, opening its mouth and wanting to swallow Fang Yuan. This was the simultaneous attack of three gu. The attack was fierce and fierce, able to freeze all life. Even with the sky canopy gu's defense, Fang Yuan might not be able to block it. As the storm approached, Fang Yuan showed a disdainful expression. The lightning wings on his back spread, and he flew backwards like lightning, pulling a large distance away from this ice blade storm. Now was different from the past. If it was before, his movement speed would not be able to match this storm, but now, the storm could not catch up to him. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and he nimbly made a turn in the air, flying towards the valley. The ice blade storm chased closely behind him. Don't come over. Get lost. Be it the Bai clan gu masters or the Guyue clan, they were all cursing and shouting. Fang Yuan sneered without saying a word, charging forward with his head down. From the ice blade storm behind him, Bai Ningbing's laughter could be vaguely heard, chasing Fang Yuan relentlessly. Don't even think of going any further. A Bai clan gu master stood in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan hooked his hand, and a thick golden line jumped out from the ground, landing on his right arm like a huge sword. Buzz buzz buzz. The violent sound of the saw teeth moving could be heard, causing this Bai clan gu master's eyelids to twitch. Fang Yuan held the chainsaw golden centipede in his right hand, while his left hand shone with a bloody light. The blood moon gu was ready to fire, and his whole body was covered with a layer of white armor. The lightning wings on his back shook violently, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Behind him was a white storm the size of a small mountain. His aura was simply monstrous, and his eyes emitted a fierce killing intent. It was as if he had become a fierce general who could move freely on the battlefield. He wanted to trample all his enemies into minced meat and chop all his opponents into broken bones. Ah! That Bai clan gu master felt an unparalleled pressure, veins popped out on his forehead as he suddenly shouted, encouraging himself. But as he shouted, he saw Fang Yuan charging towards him with an indomitable will. He suddenly stopped shouting and started running. He was scared. The fear in his heart caused his fighting spirit to slacken. Fang Yuan didn't care about him. He rushed towards the dying Thunder Crown Wolf in the valley. Strong winds howled with ferocious momentum. Wherever he went, gu masters would avoid him. The Thunder Crown Wolf roused its spirit, turning its head towards Fang Yuan. Lightning flashed in its sharp teeth. The dignity of a myriad beast king made it unwilling to accept death, and even at death's door, it had to retaliate. Just as Fang Yuan was about to crash into the Thunder Crown Wolf like a meteor crashing into the earth. But at the crucial moment, he suddenly stomped his feet and rushed into the sky, flying diagonally out of the valley. Not long after he flew out of the valley, he heard an intense explosion behind him. The Thunder Crown Wolf's miserable howls and the Ice Blade Storm's roars mixed together. A move like the Ice Blade Storm could be said to be Bai Ningbing's ingenuity, but it had a flaw, which was that it was difficult to control and control. Of course, this storm collided with the Thunder Crown Wolf because of Bai Ningbing's personality. The Thunder Crown Wolf was fiercely suppressed by the White Storm. It was already on the verge of death, and now it was even harder to resist. Its scales were sliced into pieces, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and its white bones were exposed, but they were quickly cut into pieces by the ice blades. Damn it! Seeing this, the Guyue clan members all cursed. The Bai clan gu masters also showed a pained expression. With Bai Ningbing's method, after the Thunder Crown Wolf dies, there would not be any valuable loot left on its body. But Bai Ningbing did not mind. Instead, he spun faster and faster, as if enjoying the pleasure of killing a myriad beast king. One by one, goo worms turned into rays of light, flying out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. These wild goo worms were living on the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, mutually benefiting each other and working together to survive. Now that the Thunder Crown Wolf was on the verge of death, they were like the crew of a shipwrecked ship, naturally abandoning the sinking ship and escaping for their lives. Catch them! Quick, stop these goo worms! The two clan leaders shouted almost at the same time. The scene was in chaos again. The clan elders attacked each other, trying to stall each other. The two clan leaders could not free themselves, and in the end, only 2 or 3 clan elders with movement goo worms managed to fly out of the valley. The wild goo worms scattered in all directions. Fang Yuan concentrated, trying his best to distinguish them. Unfortunately, my investigative goo is the earth communication ear grass, it cannot strengthen my vision. This Thunder Crown Wolf definitely has a healing goo on it. Whether I can catch it or not will depend on my luck. This was purely a test of luck, but Fang Yuan had no other choice. There were thousands of investigative goo worms, but he only had the earth communication ear grass. His lightning wings spread, and he charged towards the nearest goo worm. This goo was covered in a layer of blue light, and was flying far away. Fang Yuan caught up to it, and stretched out his hand, grabbing towards it. Whoosh! An intense electric current burst out from its body, attacking Fang Yuan. Lightning wings were formed from electric currents, it had speed, but was not agile. Fang Yuan grunted, and relied on the sky canopy goo to take this electric current. He could have gone against it and grabbed this goo, but he wisely chose to give up. This goo's ability had already been exposed, it could activate electric currents to attack enemies, and was clearly an offensive goo worm, not the healing goo that Fang Yuan wanted. Fang Yuan gave up on it, and pounced towards another goo worm. As he got closer, he could see the goo's full appearance. Its body was like a light blue glass, flying in the air, and its semicircular shell had turtle shell markings. Thunder Shield Goo. This was a defensive goo, able to form a semicircular electric shield. Fang Yuan had already decided to let it go, and looked around, finding his third target. But at this moment, a white figure rushed out from the valley, holding an ice blade and shouting Fang Yuan's name. Fang Yuan sighed, knowing that luck was not on his side. He could only settle for the next best thing, grabbing the Thunder Shield Goo in front of him. The Thunder Shield Goo raised a lightning shield, and the eerie blue electric currents flickered, attempting to block Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, and the spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked out. This Thunder Shield Goo immediately withered, as if it had died. The shield dissipated, and it fell towards the forest below. Fang Yuan lightly grabbed it, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined it. Stealth Scales Goo. His body rippled like water, and he disappeared on the spot. Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing shouted, lightning flashing in his eyes. This was the rank 3 Lightning Eye Goo, able to borrow the power of lightning to see through invisibility. But it did not have the ability to see through things. Fang Yuan paid attention this time, and although he was invisible, he still used the rocks and forest to hide his tracks. Bai Ningbing looked around, and roared in anger, finding nothing. Fang Yuan found a hidden spot, and immediately sat cross-legged, activating the Tusita flower and spitting out the Yuan stone. Although he advanced to rank 3, the primeval essence in his aperture was only 42%. Although he had the upper hand in the battle earlier, he could not maintain it for long. Now, there was only a thin layer of primeval essence left in his aperture, less than 30%. Goo Masters needed primeval essence to activate goo worms. Without primeval essence, a Goo Master's battle strength would plummet. In extreme situations, they could not even win against mortals. The Yuan stone continued to shrink, and natural primeval essence continuously poured into Fang Yuan's body, and the primeval sea in his aperture started to rise. When he was rank 1 and rank 2, he could use the Yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence at an impressive speed. But after reaching rank 3, because the quality of the Gu Master's primeval essence greatly increased, he needed to consume even more Yuan stone, and take a longer time to replenish it. The sounds of Gu Masters fighting could be heard continuously, and after 8 to 9 minutes, Fang Yuan finally filled his aperture to the limit. He came out from his hiding spot, and found that 5 clan elders had died in battle. Among them, there were 3 from Guyue clan, and 2 from Bai clan. Every clan elder was the pillar of the clan, and to think that so many had been sacrificed at once. Guyue Bo and Bai clan leader fought intensely, both feeling heartache over the losses, and their eyes were bloodshot. Other than that, there were 3 groups surrounding the wild Gu worms. Ordinary Gu Masters did not have the help of the spring-autumn cicada, and it was very troublesome to capture wild Gu worms. They had to capture the Gu worms, but they could not be too heavy-handed, and had to have a sense of propriety. 8 to 9 Gu worms flew out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, and no one knew how many the clan elders had captured, but there were still 3 left. The clan elders surrounded these 3 Gu worms, chasing and intercepting them. If one side attacked, the other side would definitely interfere. This caused the situation to be in a stalemate, with no one gaining an advantage. Water Cage Gu, cover! A Bai clan Gu Master shouted, and spat out a water ball. The water ball expanded to over 2 meters, and covered the wild Gu worm, trapping it within. Bam! At the next moment, a golden moon blade slashed the water ball cage, causing it to explode. The Gu worm swaggered away, escaping without a trace. Seeing this Gu worm fly far away, the Bai clan Gu Masters scolded loudly. The Gu worm was in their hands, and they let it go just like that. The Guyue clan Gu Masters were even more furious. All the Gu worms were supposed to be their spoils of war, but the Bai clan interfered, and they did not get any benefits at all. Bai clan's grandson, despicable and shameless, die for me. Guyue clan, you can't hold on any longer. Our Bai clan will definitely rise up, and trample all of you under our feet. Both sides were enraged, and were in a frenzy of hatred. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they fought fiercely. Fang Yuan watched the Gu worm fly away, and could only focus his attention on the other 2 groups. In the middle of each group, there was a wild Gu worm. Maybe there was a healing Gu, but the possibility was small. Fang Yuan knew that there was no such thing as having your wishes come true in this world, but even so, he still wanted to give it a try. However, just as he was about to charge forward, wolf howls came out like a bugle call, rising and falling. Following that, a horde of lightning wolves rushed over like a tide. There was no lack of bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves, but the most shocking one was a giant wolf the size of a small mountain. Thunder Crown Wolf. Is there a 4th Thunder Crown Wolf? The clan elders were shocked, and shouted in fear. Chapter 172. The wolf pack surged forward, howling as it approached. The situation took a turn for the worse, causing the 2 clan leaders and the clan elders' expressions to change. Although the 2 clans had successfully resisted the wolf tide, they were in a precarious situation and barely held on. Now that such a strong wolf tide had appeared, they had no strength left to resist. At once, the clan elders and the 2 clan leaders stopped fighting. Didn't the report say that there were only 3 Thunder Crown wolves? An elder cried out involuntarily. That's not right. This Thunder Crown Wolf is injured, and the size of the wolf pack isn't very big. Guyubo forced himself to remain calm. Don't tell me, this is the Thunder Crown Wolf that attacked Xiong village. An elder slapped his forehead and shouted. The possibility of this was quite high, with an 80 to 90% chance. The clan elder's mood was still heavy, and someone said bitterly, this wolf pack has already appeared here. Doesn't that mean Xiong village is already? Damn this Xiong village, why are they so useless? They can't even defend against a wolf tide. Someone cursed loudly. But there were also people who were optimistic. Look, this Thunder Crown Wolf's front limbs are heavily injured, its muscles and bones are all atrophied. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and their dejected morale was slightly raised. It was true. This Thunder Crown Wolf's hind limbs were well developed, but its front limbs were short and its muscles atrophied. This caused it to only use its hind limbs when running, jumping like a kangaroo. Wait, this doesn't seem to be a Thunder Crown Wolf. My clan leader suddenly thought of something, and his body shook. It's a lightning lichen. Fang Yuan already had an answer in his heart. 5 tigers, 1 tiger, 3 dogs, 1 mastiff, 10 wolves and 1 lichen. The lichen was also a wolf, but it was much smarter than a wolf, and often acted as the wolf pack strategist. This lightning lichen in front of them looked like a Thunder Crown Wolf, so it was normal for investigative Gu masters to misunderstand it. But it was a true myriad beast king, with intelligence no less than a human. This lightning lichen might be weaker than a normal Thunder Crown Wolf in terms of close combat. But it had human-like intelligence, making it far more dangerous than a Thunder Crown Wolf. Adding on the countless lightning wolf army, it was no wonder Xiong village was exterminated. Let's go. Fang Yuan flapped his lightning wings and flew into the air. The elders in front of them had already fought for a long time, and their battle strength was greatly exhausted. It was utterly impossible for them to pose a threat to the wolf pack. More importantly, they were suspicious of each other, and it was difficult for them to work together. Fang Yuan turned around and left. The myriad beast king was no joke. Even though there were still 2 wild Gu worms flying around in the field, he did not care about them. They had to retreat, or else they wouldn't be able to leave. Knowing one's own limitations and being able to let go were the most important things in the world. Let's retreat. The wolf tide is too strong. We can't defeat it. Go back to the stronghold and set up the defenses. Even though the elders had yet to recognize the identity of the lightning lichen, they all had thoughts of retreating. But at this moment, the lightning lichen suddenly howled and opened its huge mouth. The wolf fangs were jagged like blades, and between the fangs, a mass of black gas appeared out of nowhere, condensing into a black ball in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The black ball shot out explosively, drawing a slightly curved black arc in the air before smashing onto the ground. It missed. This Thunder Crown Wolf is done for, its aim is too terrible. The elders shouted, while Fang Yuan flew even faster. Boom! The black ball of smoke suddenly exploded, and with an intense explosion, the black smoke spread out in all directions. The momentum was incomparably fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered an area of 100 li. This is a rank 4 wolf smoke Gu. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had already made the most accurate and sensible reaction at the first moment. However, the black smoke spread too quickly and enveloped him directly. For a moment, he felt like he was in the middle of the night, unable to see his own fingers. The choking smoke was everywhere, making breathing difficult and extremely uncomfortable. But luckily he had the Thunder Wings Gu. As long as he flew upwards, he would be able to escape the range of this wolf smoke. Crack! At the next moment, a bolt of lightning split apart the layers of black smoke, like a lightning snake or a mad dragon, crossing 100 li and striking towards Fang Yuan. This was the lightning lichen's attack. Lightning was so fast that it was hard for people to react. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's battle instinct surpassed his thinking speed, and he reacted first. Lightning Shield Gu. Sky Canopy Gu. A circular lightning shield suddenly appeared beside Fang Yuan. At the same time, his body lit up with a layer of white armor. The raging lightning was so bright that it was blinding. Like a roaring heavenly dragon, it bombarded the lightning shield first. The shield only lasted for less than a second before it was torn apart by the devastating lightning. The lightning struck Fang Yuan's body. At that moment, even though Fang Yuan had closed his eyes, he still felt the piercing pain. A huge force surged and knocked him down. He almost fainted, the lightning wrapped around him and numbed his muscles, almost making him forget to breathe. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Intense pain assaulted him, causing him to wake up. He endured the pain and numbness all over his body, and quickly climbed up. The lightning shield goo was already dead, and the thunder wings goo was also affected. It was on its last breath and could not be used anymore. The sky canopy goo's injuries were not light, and it was slightly dispirited. After all, it had suffered such a strong impact from the lightning. The lightning Leakin's attack just now was definitely the power of a rank 4 goo. The higher the goo's rank, the difference in power of a rank was like heaven and earth. A rank 4 offensive goo needed at least 2 rank 3 goo to defend against it. Of course, the reason why the lightning shield goo died was because it had fought for a long time, accumulating many injuries. To think that this lightning Leakin thought so highly of me. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, observing his surroundings. It was pitch black, and there was thick smoke everywhere, making it impossible to tell his location. Be careful, that lightning crown wolf has shrunk to the size of an ordinary lightning wolf, and is hiding in the wolf pack. At this time, from the depths of the black smoke, an elder's shout could be heard. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk when he heard this. This lightning Leakin was too cunning, and very vicious. It seemed to want to capture all these goo masters in one fell swoop. Just now, it targeted Fang Yuan, and did not want to let a single one go. The surroundings quickly lit up with countless pairs of wolf eyes. Low growls and the sound of the wolf pack's charging wind could be heard towards Fang Yuan. In such a pitch-black environment, the goo master's vision was greatly hindered. But the wolf pack had no problem, because these lightning wolves had abandoned their sense of smell and had excellent vision. I need to escape as soon as possible. Who knows if I will meet that lightning Leakin? Even if I don't meet it temporarily, I will be surrounded by the wolf pack. With only 40% of my primeval essence left, I won't be able to fight a battle of attrition. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, and he activated the earth communication ear grass. More than 10 roots grew out of his right ear, spreading outwards. Countless sounds could be heard. There were wolf howls, sounds of battle, the panicked growls of clan elders, and the blood-curdling screams of lightning wolves before their deaths. Too chaotic. The earth communication ear grass's scouting range was very wide, but it could not differentiate the details. Fang Yuan frowned, and could only move towards the side with fewer sounds. But very quickly, he encountered a pack of more than 100 lightning wolves. The lightning wolves charged out of the black smoke, each of them extremely fierce. Fang Yuan summoned the chainsaw golden centipede, and at the same time activated the sky canopy goo. The chainsaw spun crazily, and the golden centipede was like a large sword, twisting the black smoke and slashing at the wolves' bodies, creating a rain of blood and bones. Fang Yuan was like a drowning boat, cutting his way through the thorns. One by one, the lightning wolves died under the chainsaw golden centipede. But soon, there was a second one, a third one, one after another, charging towards it. This lightning Leakin is too sinister, actually letting the wolf pack surround me from behind. Fang Yuan rushed in one direction, and after a while, he kept encountering lightning wolves. He suddenly understood. He retreated as he fought, and soon, his whole body was bathed in blood. The pressure was too great, and the surroundings were so dark that he could not even see his fingers in front of him. The wolf pack charged at him from all directions, making it hard for him to deal with all of them alone. Guyuebo, what do you say? At this time, the Bai clan leader's voice came from deep within the smoke. Fine, let's work together and break out of here first. Guyuebo's shout followed closely. This was also because of the situation, only by working together would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, if they fought alone, their primeval essence would be quickly depleted by the lightning wolves, and they would be eaten by the wolf pack. Their ending would definitely be miserable. Howl! Damn it! The next moment, a wolf's howl was heard, followed by an intense explosion. The two clan leaders shouted at the same time, and could no longer organize the clan elders. Obviously, the lightning leaken had launched a sneak attack. It had intelligence that did not belong to a human, and once it attacked, it destroyed the two clan leaders' plans, and disrupted the clan elders' plans to resist. Without the two clan leaders suppressing the situation, could the clan elders cooperate sincerely? This was a huge question. I can't. I have expended too much primeval essence, I need to borrow other people's strength. After charging for a while, Fang Yuan felt tired. He had the strength of two boars, but his muscles were still aching all over. His primeval essence was already insufficient, and there were injuries all over his body. The sky canopy goo could only be used intermittently. The chainsaw golden centipede's body was dim, and its teeth were already broken. In a short period of time, it had killed no less than 1,000 lightning wolves, and among them were a few bold lightning wolves. Among them, a few had defensive goo worms, and were harder than iron and stone. The chainsaw golden centipede was not invincible, and without its teeth, its cutting ability fell drastically, becoming a tragic sight to behold. Fang Yuan did not linger, and moved as he fought. He relied on the earth communication ear grass, and tried his best to distinguish. Once he heard the frenzy lightning wolf's heavy footsteps, he would immediately change directions, and try his best to avoid it. He could not fight 1,000 beast king like the frenzy lightning wolf alone. Once he was pinned down, and fell into a heavy encirclement, he would definitely die. I can't accept this. Suddenly, the clan elder's miserable cries came from the thick smoke, and the voice stopped abruptly. In the black smoke, the wolf tide surged, and many clan elders died tragically in the wolf's mouths, letting out unresigned howls. I can't hold on any longer. Fang Yuan felt the aura of death, but his expression was cold. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer his heart became. His heart did not waver in the slightest. In his previous life, there were many more dangerous situations than this. The current situation was not too bad, and the two clan leaders were still fighting with the lightning leaken, so Fang Yuan still had hope. There are sounds of fighting ahead. Fang Yuan heard the sound, and immediately changed his direction. He could not hold on any longer, and whether it was the Guyue clan or the Bai clan Gu masters, it was beneficial to him. Kill! 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 From afar, he could hear the Gu master's loud roars, and was in a fierce battle. Fang Yuan rushed over, but his momentum suddenly stopped. Bai Ning Bing. Chapter 173. Bai Ning Bing's body was riddled with wounds, panting heavily. When Fang Yuan rushed over, the two of them were stunned. Fate was such a strange thing. Just a moment ago, the two of them were mortal enemies, wanting to kill each other. But at this moment, they needed to work together to have a chance of survival. Cooperate with Bai Ning Bing? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, thinking, although Bai Ning Bing is crazy and aware of his fate, it does not mean that he does not want to live. Survival was a person's primal instinct, the most basic need. In truth, it was because of Bai Ning Bing's strong desire to live, and the unchangeable fate of destruction that he developed such a personality. In this world, there was no such thing as an eternal enemy. Cooperating with Bai Ning Bing would be a good foundation. But how could she open her mouth to convince him? Fang Yuan, I did not expect it to be you. Bai Ning Bing spoke first, laughing loudly, his tone unyielding, then you shall accompany me to death. To have you accompany me to death, the end of my life is quite interesting. Interesting? Fang Yuan pondered, smiling as he slowly walked towards Bai Ning Bing. The surrounding lightning wolves attacked. Fang Yuan swung his hand, the chainsaw golden centipede whistled, slapping 2 to 3 lightning wolves to death and sending them flying. Up until now, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of teeth were mostly destroyed, its cutting ability was greatly reduced. It could only slap. With these wolves surrounding us, wouldn't it be more interesting to have a life and death battle? Fang Yuan slowly approached Bai Ningbing. His lips curled into a cold smile. Bai Ningbing's eyelids twitched. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be stronger than him. But this was in line with his intentions. If Fang Yuan's attitude softened, in order to survive, and blindly cooperated with him, he would look down on Fang Yuan, and would even feel a sense of humiliation, wanting to kill Fang Yuan. In this world, some people were like that. You blindly treated him kindly. He would instead think that you were easy to bully, and look down on you. You were unyielding, yet you received respect. You really want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Ningbing narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He slowed down his pace and said in a leisurely tone, 100 years of life is like a dream. What is the purpose of living in this world? It was nothing more than a trip. They were just witnessing something exciting. Although I don't want to die, I'm not afraid of death. I am already on my way. I won't regret it even if I die. This was what Fang Yuan was thinking. Who hasn't died since ancient times? Even a rank 9 Gu master. Even the human ancestor only had a long life, not eternal life. In the end, he still had to face death. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Even if Fang Yuan really died in this wolf tide at the next moment, he would not regret it. It was all because he had already fought for his goal. He had tried his best and lived according to his wishes. Let go of life and death. Only then can one see the magnanimity of life, only then can one truly be free and unrestrained. Bai Ningbing heard this. His entire body trembled violently. He kept saying that he wasn't afraid of death, but that wasn't because he was truly carefree. He just couldn't see through it and couldn't let go of life and death. When a person is afraid, he becomes a slave. To think that he, Bai Ningbing, was just a slave under life and death. But this couldn't be blamed on him, he was still too young. Many things needed to be experienced before one could truly see through them. However, Fang Yuan's words had opened a window for him who had been conflicted about this. Witnessing something exciting, already on my way, no regrets even if I die. Bai Ningbing mumbled and suddenly asked, path. What is a path? Fang Yuan sneered and continued to get closer, everyone has their own path, I don't need to tell you my path. How would I know your path? In this world, many people don't have a path from birth to death. Some people walk on the path, constantly searching, walking towards the Holy Land in their hearts in the darkness. Bai Ningbing's sky-blue eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Path, not bad, I want to find my path. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was hard for others to understand. It was like a man who bitterly chased after a girl but couldn't find her, and suddenly one day found the correct method. He was also like a treasure hunter who had been stuck at the last checkpoint for a long time, and one day, he suddenly found a way to break through. It was like solving a difficult problem, and bitterly pondering for many years without any progress, and suddenly found the correct method to solve the problem. Bai Ningbing had no path, and couldn't find the meaning of life, so he was lost. Fang Yuan couldn't directly dispel his confusion, but he beat around the bush and gave him hope. He gave him a consolation for facing death, as long as you are on the path, even if you die without regrets, death will not be scary. I feel that I'm about to find my path. Bai Ningbing clenched his fists, his expression became extremely excited. He looked at Fang Yuan, and said meaningfully, I finally understand the difference between you and me. You are already on the path, but I'm still wandering. He. He suddenly laughed, and his excitement was bordering on malevolence. Fang Yuan, if you want to fight, I will definitely accompany you to the end, but not now. Why don't we work together? I have the lightning eye Gu, but my vision is obstructed, and I can only see for 30 steps. After we escape, we can choose another day to fight, and work together with our old enemies. Don't you think that would be more exciting, more interesting? Oh, how can I believe you? I'm not asking you to believe me. You can choose to believe me, or you can choose not to believe me. You can leave your back to me, or you can attack me at any time, and sneak attack me. Hehe, it all depends on your mood at the time. Bai Ningbing laughed and shrugged his shoulders, giving off a carefree aura. Thick smoke billowed, and the surrounding wolves howled. Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids, as if thinking about Bai Ningbing's suggestion. Actually, convincing a person is very difficult, but also very simple. The key is to accurately hit the person's mind. Alright. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand to stroke the chainsaw golden centipede's dark gold carapace, and raised his eyes, but you better be prepared for my sneak attack. He. Bai Ningbing opened his mouth, laughing evilly. A wave of air assaulted him. Black smoke was thick, and the sleeve where the arm was cut off fluttered in the wind. In the thick smoke, it was extremely difficult to determine the direction. The narrower one's vision was, the easier it was to get lost. But Bai Ningbing had the lightning eye goo, and his detection range was 50 steps. Now that he was restricted by the thick smoke, his detection range was reduced to 30 steps. But this was still much better than Fang Yuan's naked eye. But Bai Ningbing only had the lightning eye goo, and did not have a clear understanding of the big picture. He could only see the scene in front of him. Sometimes, when he charged, he would end up being surrounded by the wolves. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had the earth communication ear grass. The thick smoke could weaken one's vision. But it could not block the transmission of sound. The surroundings were filled with sound, and the earth communication ear grass could detect up to 200 steps. But Fang Yuan could only go with the flow. His vision was too narrow. He could only see a tree and a rock beside him. Without any reference, he could not determine the direction. Cooperate. Bai Ningbing's lightning eye goo, and Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass. The two goo stacked together, complementing each other, and immediately slowed down the situation. This is the south. If we go in this direction, we will face your Guyue village. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with electricity. Then he said. No, there are too many wolves there. We need to take a detour. Fang Yuan's right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Hehe, then let's turn towards the southeast, how about it? Bai Ningbing licked his lips. Fang Yuan squatted down, his whiskers rooted in the soil, and listened carefully. During this time, the lightning wolves charged over, but were all repelled by Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan listened for a while, and stood up straight. There is a gap in the southeast, but we need to hurry, it is closing up soon. Then let's charge. Bai Ningbing said, but was not in a hurry to move. He was still wary of Fang Yuan, and did not dare to charge at the front, exposing his back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, he was also wary of Bai Ningbing. Finally, the two were 5 steps apart, and fought side by side. The lightning wolves howled, attempting to surround and kill them. But relying on the lightning eye goo and the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing avoided the strong points and attacked the weak points, continuously moving around, seizing a good opportunity to break through. The advantage of information was undoubtedly displayed at this time. Either Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan would be in a difficult situation if they were to fight alone. But now that they worked together, they actually had the initiative, and were able to move with ease. After fighting for a while, the view in front of them suddenly widened, and the bright sunlight caused the two to squint their eyes at the same time. We broke through. Bai Ningbing raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan looked back, only to see a thick black screen behind him, like the bottom of a black pot covering a vast forest. Intense explosions and angry roars could be heard from the thick smoke. Obviously, the two tribe leaders were still fighting with the lightning leakin. To think that working with you is quite enjoyable. Bai Ningbing slightly turned his body, smiling. I feel the same. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But at the next moment, the two's eyes shone with sharpness. Ice blade goo. Chainsaw golden centipede. The long ice blade drew a cold light in the air. The thick golden centipede slapped horizontally, bringing with it a whistling wind. Bam! The two collided, and the ice blade left a wound on the golden centipede's back, before breaking into pieces. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing both jumped back a step, their eyes revealing intense killing intent. A short cooperation could not change the hostility in their hearts. Fang Yuan's black hair fluttered, and Bai Ningbing's white robe fluttered. There were too many similarities between the two. But precisely because of this, the two became natural enemies. Black eyes and blue eyes stared at each other, almost creating sparks in the air. But the killing intent on both sides gradually retracted. I don't even need to do anything, for the heavens will take the life of a dying person. The most important thing now is not Bai Ningbing, but the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Once the lightning lichen attacks Guyue village, it will not bode well. I need to take this chance and act decisively. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, his eyelids drooping. Bai Ningbing's eyes became brighter and brighter, muttering, "Path, no regrets, yes, even Ren Zhu has to die. There is life and death, as long as it is interesting, so what if I die?" Thinking of this, his eyes shone with a dazzling radiance. Ha ha ha! I have also found my path, and that is to witness the excitement of this world. Fang Yuan, we will fight another day. At that time, I hope your death can bring excitement to my life. Saying so, he leapt backwards, and after pulling some distance, he turned around and left. Although he was in a sorry state, with injuries all over his body, his face was ashen, and his only arm was crippled. But his back was straight like a sword, and he was no longer lost. He had found his path. Chapter 174. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing's back until he was far away. Witnessing the wonders of the world. The young man's black eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Bai Ningbing, who was no longer confused, was in even more danger than before. Life and death no longer bothered him. The closer he was to death, the more he could display the unparalleled power of the northern dark ice soul physique. But you want to fight me another day, heh? Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You are destined to be disappointed. The moment he escaped from the smoke, Fang Yuan decided to leave Qingmao Mountain immediately. Although the battle with Bai Ningbing was interesting, there were no benefits to speak of. Bai Ningbing defined the wonders of the world on Fang Yuan because he was too young and his horizons were limited to Qingmao Mountain. But Fang Yuan was different. In his rebirth plan, Qingmao Mountain was just a starting point. As long as he had great ambitions, he would have a broad heart and not care about small conflicts with others. It's time to go. The lightning lichen is more cunning than the thunder crown wolf and harder to deal with. With the current strength of Bai clan and Guyue clan, it will be hard to resist. Unless a rank 5 expert appears and turns the tide. Or the two clans work together. Bai clan and Guyue clan had a grudge against each other, so they had to work together if they worked together. But even if they worked together, they would not be able to cooperate sincerely. Fang Yuan was not optimistic about their future. Qingmao Mountain's situation will depend on the outcome of this crucial battle. If both clan leaders are killed by the lightning lichen, then Qingmao Mountain will definitely become the lightning wolf's territory. If only one clan leader is left, then if they work together, the other clan will definitely be sacrificed as cannon fodder. If the lightning lichen is killed, the two clans will definitely suffer heavy losses and need to recuperate. The clan will reorganize its internal affairs and I will definitely be investigated. Fang Yuan was very clear about this change in situation. This was the world of Gu, where an individual's strength was above the collective. Thus, the higher the Gu master's cultivation, the more he could turn the tide. Whether it was Bai clan, Guyue clan or the Lightning Wolf pack, as long as any one of them had a rank 4 expert, he would definitely be able to turn the tide. But no matter what the situation was, it was disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It's time to leave. Although he still lacked an ideal goo worm in terms of treatment, how could everything in the world come true? I will return to the village and take the heavenly essence treasure lotus, as well as a healing goo from the clan treasury, then I will be on my way. Fang Yuan took one last look behind him. There was still a violent roar coming from the black smoke. He turned around and left, heading towards Guyue's village. He had the status of a clan elder, he could use this to forcefully open the clan treasury and obtain yuan stone and goo worms. This was the most turbulent period. Everyone was in a state of panic, and this was the best opportunity to take advantage of. But if this moment passed, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the overall situation would be decided. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to fish in troubled waters. The Thunderwing's goo could not be used for the time being, so Fang Yuan ran in the forest. The wolf tide washed away everything, making the dangerous mountain path safe. Soon, the Guyue's stronghold came into sight. Who is it? Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. Two strangers appeared in front of him. These two were dressed in Goo Master attire. One was older, tall and straight, steady like a mountain and deep like an abyss. The most attractive part was that he wore a bronze mask on his face. This mask was simple and unadorned, revealing an ancient aura. There were 3 openings on the mask, revealing the wearer's eyes and lips. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, revealing a dignified righteous aura. His lips were pursed, the lines like they were carved by a knife, showing this person's unwavering will. The mask could not cover his ears, and his sideburns were white, showing this person's age. The other was a young man, his eyebrows were straight like swords, his eyes were clear and bright, emitting a sharp light as he looked around, like an eagle or a tiger. Looking at his appearance, this young man's age was similar to Fang Yuan's. But this person's belt had a silver plate, and on the silver plate was carved the word 3. At this age, he was already a rank 3 Goo Master, his cultivation talent could be seen. This was a young genius. But Fang Yuan's gaze only paused on the young man for a moment, before turning to the older man. This young man's skin was slightly dark, his lips were also pursed, and his whole body emitted a capable and vigorous aura, not to be underestimated. But her slightly bulging chest, the details of her hands, feet and throat, allowed Fang Yuan to see through her identity as a young girl. Fang Yuan never underestimated women, but compared to this heroic young girl, the middle-aged man beside her had such a great background that he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Tai Shueleng. Fang Yuan's heart shook, secretly revealing this middle-aged man's identity. He wore a bronze mask, and on the purple crystal plate on his belt, there was a word carved, 5. He was a rank 5 Goo Master, the law enforcer of the world, solving cases like a god, the number 1 southern border divine investigator Tai Shueleng. He was impartial and emotionless, many demonic cultivators had been captured by him, and many evildoers had been beheaded by him. He was a role model of the righteous path, traveling the southern border, solving countless cases, and had a great reputation. Little brother, please enlighten me. Tai Shueleng cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. He had been famous for a long time, and was also a rank 5 Goo Master, but his attitude was very polite and easygoing. I see little brother's body is full of injuries, and you seem to be in a hurry. Could it be that your clan leader and the elders have encountered some trouble? He continued to ask. Fang Yuan's expression naturally changed to one of anxiety, surprise, and even suspicion and fear. Who are you? How do you know this? That's right, we were chasing the Thunder Crown Wolf, and encountered some trouble, we met a lightning leakin. I was just about to rush back to ask for help. I am Tai Shueleng, a friend and not an enemy. I just came out from the Guyue village. Little brother, you don't need to go back to ask for help. Under the beast tide, humans are one, and we should advance and retreat together. I will naturally contribute my meager strength. Tai Shueleng immediately said without hesitation. Damn it, to think that I, Guyue Bo, will die here today. Even if I die, I won't let this lightning leakin have an easy time. Guyue clan leader and Bai clan leader were full of injuries, and their primeval essence was almost depleted. They could feel the thick aura of death. The thick smoke had already dissipated, and the elders were all dead, leaving only the two clan leaders. The lightning lichen was not in a good state either, and some of the injuries on its body were so deep that bones could be seen. It gritted its teeth and hid behind the lightning wolf army. Its eyes shone with a cunning light, but it did not personally join the battle. "Come on, you coward!" the Bai family patriarch roared. But the lightning lichen shrunk back again, and let out a wolf howl, commanding the ordinary lightning wolf group to charge towards the two rank 4 Gu masters. "Cunning thing, sigh." Guyue Bo and Bai clan leader looked at each other and sighed. They had originally prepared a powerful counterattack before they died. But the lightning lichen had intelligence that did not lose to humans, and did not fall for it. "My life is over, damn it, dying in the mouths of these ordinary lightning wolves." Just as the two clan leaders were raging, a voice came from afar, "Both of you, persevere." The voice reverberated in the forest. The two clan leaders' bodies shook at the same time, and when they turned around, they saw a tall figure flying towards them. The figure swayed, freely passing through the wolf group. After a few breaths, he stood beside the two clan leaders. "You are?" the two clan leaders asked at the same time. "I am Tai Shueleng." Hiss, Bai clan leader sucked in a breath of cold air. He was surprised, happy and suspicious, not knowing why Tai Shueleng was here. Guyue Bo knew the reason, and was overjoyed, so it's divine investigator Tai. Just as he spoke, the wolf group approached. "A bunch of evil beasts." Tai Shueleng's voice was like thunder, and with a low growl, he activated the Gu worm in his aperture. Boom! A formless aura suddenly exploded, radiating in all directions. This aura was like a mountain, indomitable and unshakable. It was like the firmament, looking down on the world, seeing through all living beings. Righteous Gu. Only a Gu master with a righteous heart could use it. Righteous Gu could cause fear in the hearts of evildoers. Within a certain range, the weaker the enemy's willpower, the more they would be weakened. Tai Shueleng had once used this Gu to make a rank 4 Gu master throw away his armor and lose his fighting spirit. This was a weapon that could subdue the enemy without even fighting. Howl howl, the lightning wolves' momentum stopped. Under the pressure of this aura, their legs trembled, not daring to move forward. Howl! The lightning lichen at the back howled, trying to command the lightning wolf group. Such guts! Tai Shueleng stared, and suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing towards the lightning lichen. Rumble, the air rippled, and a huge black iron hand broke through the air, grabbing towards the lightning lichen. Rank 5 Iron Hand Grappling Gu. The lightning lichen had a crafty nature, and lacked bravery. Adding on the injuries on its body, it did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly dodged. But this black iron hand firmly locked onto the lightning lichen, chasing after it. The lightning lichen could not escape, and with a loud growl, its ferocious nature roused, clashed with the black iron hand. The hand collapsed, and the lightning lichen was heavily injured, its bones almost breaking. It let out a whimper, not daring to find trouble with Tai Shueleng anymore. Finally, it looked at Tai Shueleng and the two clan leaders with hatred, before turning around and running away with its tail between its legs. "It's escaping. Quickly stop it." The two clan leaders shouted, but Tai Shueleng just stood at the same spot, not making a move. "Divine investigator, please make a move." Guyue Bo cupped his fists and pleaded. Tai Shueleng slightly shook his head. At this time, Fang Yuan and the young girl also rushed over, and saw the scene of the lightning lichen being forced away by the iron hand. "Father! You are injured, how can you fight?" The young girl ran over, stomping her feet in anger. Her reproachful tone revealed deep concern. "Ruanan, this lightning lichen is extremely crafty. Only by forcing it to retreat is the best way to deal with it." Tai Shueleng said indifferently, and suddenly his body shook. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood was a strange green color, and when it landed on the ground, it instantly corroded a patch of green grass, giving off an unpleasant smell. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. "Father, how are you?" The young girl, Tai Ruanan, quickly raised her hands, wanting to treat Tai Shueleng. "No need to make a fuss, it's not like you don't know about this injury. I will feel much better after spitting out some blood." Tai Shueleng laughed, waving his hands to reject the treatment. Seeing this scene, the two clan leaders, who were still harboring resentment, immediately revealed a look of shame. "Divine Investigator is impartial, and even though you are heavily injured, you still helped. We are deeply grateful for your help. I have long heard of Tai Shueleng's great name. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Truly admirable. Thank you, Divine Investigator, for saving my life." The two clan leaders cupped their fists and thanked him. "Lord Divine Investigator, please come to our Bai clan as a guest. We must repay you for saving our lives," the Bai clan leader said again. At the side, how could Guo just watch as the Bai clan pulled Tai Shueleng away? He knew Tai Shueleng's motive, and smiled proudly. "I already know why Lord Divine Investigator is here. You were asked by Jia Fu to investigate the murder case, right? Our Guo clan will definitely cooperate with you." Hearing this, the Bai clan leader's expression instantly changed. Tai Shueleng said, "That's right. However, I am not the leader of this investigation. My daughter, Tai Ruanan, will be in charge." "Oh." In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on the young girl. Chapter 175. "What? Father, you want me to solve the case?" The young girl pointed at herself, her face full of shock. "What, you're not willing?" Tai Shueleng smiled. "I'm willing, of course I'm willing." Tai Ruanan reacted and said excitedly. Tai Shueleng nodded and sighed. His tone was complicated. "You are determined to walk the same path as me. These past few years, you have been by my side and have been influenced by many things. Only when a young eagle flies independently can it truly grow up. Father is already old, this injury cannot be healed. I can't accompany you for the rest of your life. A new generation replaces the old, the rest is up to you. Father, don't be discouraged. Isn't there still hope for a cure?" The young girl's voice trembled as she sobbed. "You and I both know how slim this hope is. People need to learn to recognize reality, Ruanan." Tai Shueleng smiled and turned to face Guo, Guo clan leader. "Rest assured. My daughter has already learned 70 to 80% of my skills. With my guidance, I will not let your clan suffer any injustice." "You're too kind." Guo quickly cupped his hands. "Young heroines are not inferior to men. They are heroic and are also the descendants of heroes. How can I not be assured? Please come to the village and let the two of you wash away the dust." The dishes were laid out on the table. The fragrance of the wine filled the air as it formed a line in the wine jar and poured into Tai Shueleng's cup. The wolf tide had just passed and Guo's village had entered its most difficult period. A large amount of resources had been consumed, resulting in a shortage of food and resources. There were even mortals who starved to death. But even so, in order to receive Tai Shueleng, Guo's clan still put together this banquet. As the clan leader, Guo sat on the main seat with Tai Shueleng and the young girl Tai Ruanan beside him. In addition, there were Guo Zhong, Guo Guyen, Guo Yan, Guo Yaoji, as well as Fang Yuan and the others. They were all clan elders. Before the wolf tide, the Guo clan had dozens of elders. But now, only this table was left, and there weren't even 10 people left. Not only that, all the elders present were injured. This was especially true for Guyue Yen, who was seriously injured in the resistance battle 2 weeks ago and had been hiding in a secret room to recuperate. He was originally lying on the bed. But when he heard that Tai Shueleng was coming, he forced himself to stay strong. To attend this banquet. However, this allowed him to escape a calamity. Meanwhile, his old rival, Guyue Mo Chen, had followed the chief to hunt down the Thunder Crown Wolf, but had been killed by the Lightning Leaken. If it wasn't for Brother Tai's help today, I'm afraid I would have become the Lightning Leaken's meal. Guyue Bo stood up, held the cup with both hands, and slightly bowed as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. I did what I could. Tai Shueleng raised his glass. He took a sip of wine. He was strict by nature and did not gamble or whore. Restrain oneself, and never drink too much. Because of this, he never got drunk. Guyue Bo drank the wine and looked around at the people in the banquet. His eyes were red as he sighed and slowly sat down. Tai Shueleng had seen this kind of situation many times, and comforted him, Chief Guyue, please don't be sad. As long as the people are still here, the mountain stronghold will prosper again. Furthermore, the Lightning Leaken is also injured, and the Lightning Wolf pack is also greatly depleted. In the next few years, they probably won't attack again. This time, the wolf tide has passed. The worst period of the wolf tide had indeed passed. In the next few months, although there would still be lightning wolves appearing, their numbers would become fewer and fewer, and would not form a large scale. The wolf pack would no longer have the power to directly attack the mountain stronghold. The Lightning Leaken would return to the wolf's den and recuperate there, slowly reorganizing the remaining wolves. Many lightning wolves would be summoned back, and the death of a large number of lightning wolves would greatly reduce the wolf pack's need for food. The wolf pack could once again be self-sufficient. In the next few years, the lightning wolf pack would gradually grow, and during this time, there would be new 100 Beast King Bold Lightning Wolf, 1000 Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf and myriad Beast King Thunder Crown Wolf. Prosperity leads to decline, decline leads to prosperity. Be it humans or wolf packs, they all followed this law of change. Although the young girl's words were correct, humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless? Chief Guyue knew this truth better than Tai Ruanan, but the pain and sorrow in his heart could not be avoided. The sacrifice was too great, just the higher-ups of the clan had lost more than half. The rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters had even more casualties. The entire Guyue mountain stronghold's strength was at rock bottom, and could not withstand any more disturbances. Why didn't you all counterattack, and directly destroy the wolf's den? At the side, Tai Ruanan did not understand and asked in confusion. That is because there are over 10 thunder chi worms living in the wolf's den, numbering close to 1 million. There are also large numbers of wild Gu mixed in. It is hard to do anything unless the 3 clans join forces. Guyue Yaoji opened her mouth and explained. As she said this, she suddenly snorted, casting a sinister gaze towards Fang Yuan, but this possibility is too small. Even in our Guyue clan, there are clan elders who shrink back at the last moment, and when the wolf tide attacked, who knows where they hid. Hearing this, the other clan elders could not help but shift their gazes towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been exploring the flower wine hidden treasure in the rock crack secret cave, causing him to miss the battle against the wolf tide. In everyone's eyes, this was a sign of being crafty and being a coward. Thus, the clan elders looked at Fang Yuan with dissatisfaction, disdain, and a faint anger. Even Guyue Bo's expression was not good. As the clan leader, he hated people like Fang Yuan the most, who did things his own way, was mysterious, had his own plans, and did not let people feel at ease using him. The atmosphere at the table suddenly changed. The Tai father and daughter also felt this change, and followed everyone's gaze, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's youthful appearance had already attracted the attention of Tai Ruanan as a peer. Fang Yuan calmly drank his wine. Even though everyone's gazes were focused on him, he did not seem to notice. His expression was indifferent, as he had already expected this situation. This matter is troublesome. He sighed in his heart. Although he was worried, he was not panicking. Tai Shuileng's appearance had seriously ruined his escape plan. If he took the heavenly Yuan treasure lotus and destroyed the foundation of Guyue's mountain stronghold, this would definitely cause the Tai father and daughter to capture him. The name of divine investigator was not just a rumor. With his current methods and strength, as long as Tai Shuileng started to pursue him, there was absolutely no possibility of failure. Even if he did not take the heavenly Yuan treasure lotus, his mysterious disappearance would still be investigated by the clan. Because it involved Jia Jinsheng's death, he would be investigated by the Tai father and daughter. If he left without saying goodbye, in their eyes, it would be a guilty conscience, fleeing to avoid punishment. Without any other choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to stay and observe the situation. Although he was blamed by everyone, this was not the worst situation. If he left directly, he would be messing up the situation and messing up the situation. Is the wine good? Guyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly, looking straight at Fang Yuan. Are you not going to explain? Fang Yuan slowly put down the wine cup, looking up at Guyue Yaoji's broken arm. It was said that the older one was, the wiser one was. In order to save her life, Guyue Yaoji cut off her own arm, using injury as an excuse to escape the clan's mission. This had happened in Fang Yuan's previous life, who would have thought that Guyue Yaoji would do the same in this life. Her abandonment of the rook to save the king was indeed effective. To prevent being killed by the Thunder Crown Wolf, she did not participate in the pursuit, so her life was saved. She was now making things difficult for herself, partly because of old grievances, but mostly because she wanted to burn the fire on Fang Yuan, to reduce the attention of others. What do you want me to explain? Explain that you cut off your own arm in order to drag out an ignoble existence? Fang Yuan sneered. What? Guyue Yaoji was shocked and angry, suddenly standing up from her seat. She opened her eyes wide, pointed at Fang Yuan's nose, and screamed, "You little bastard! You dare to bite me, slander me, and frame me! How can you be so despicable? How did our Guyue clan produce such a thing like you?" Guyue Yaoji. Guyue Bo's expression changed, and he shouted, "Sit down, we have an important guest here, where is the propriety of yelling?" Guyu Yaoji wanted to continue scolding, but seeing the Guyu clan leader's gloomy expression, she could only swallow her words back into her stomach. She angrily glared at Fang Yuan, and angrily sat down. After Guyue Bo dealt with Yaoji, he shifted his gaze to Fang Yuan. "Elder Fang Yuan, I need an explanation. When the wolf tide attacked the village, where did you go?" "Fang Yuan, he is Fang Yuan." Tai Shuileng's eyes flashed with a strange light. In Jia Jinsheng's mysterious disappearance, Fang Yuan played an extremely important role. Before Tai Shuileng came here, he naturally received a lot of information about Jia Fu. But he did not expect that this young elder was Fang Yuan. All of a sudden, Tai Shuileng's interest was aroused. He had solved countless cases and was able to deduce the truth from the clues he had left behind. Looking at everyone's reaction, he guessed that Fang Yuan had retreated at the last minute. However, the facts that people know are often superficial. What is the truth? No matter what the truth was, Fang Yuan's answer would reveal a corner of his heart. This would be very helpful in solving the next case. Feeling Tai Shuileng's attention, Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression did not change. He lightly swept his gaze over everyone, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "There is nothing to explain. But since you've asked, I'll just say it directly. I was very scared at that time, and the pressure that had been accumulating for a long time, as well as the fear of death, had reached its limit. I could not bear it, so I was cowardly and hid in a corner, not daring to go to the front lines." When these words came out, everyone was stunned. They had been waiting for Fang Yuan's excuse and reason, and had already prepared how to expose Fang Yuan and expose Fang Yuan. They never thought that Fang Yuan would directly admit it. Any lie, as long as it is not the truth, will have flaws. Moreover, Tai Shuileng is here. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he lowered his eyes and stared at the wine cup in front of him. Tai Shuileng's eyes flashed with a strange light. He subconsciously frowned, and a sense of disgust rose in his heart. Chapter 176. In the banquet, there was complete silence. Everyone was stunned, looking at Fang Yuan blankly. They did not expect Fang Yuan to answer like this, admitting it directly and being so honest. He is still too young to actually say such words. These words mean the destruction of his entire political future. From now on, this Fang Yuan is no longer a concern. The clan elders' thoughts were in turmoil. At this point in the wolf tide, the outcome was already set. In the next few months, only small wolf packs would appear, and with the continuous recall of the lightning Leaken and the elimination of Gu masters, the lightning wolves would basically disappear by the end of the year. But the fights would never stop. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are fights. Under the wolf tide, there are fights between humans and wolves. Now that the most difficult part of the wolf tide had passed, the internal fights between the clans had surfaced, becoming the main conflict. When the wolf tide attacked the village, many Gu masters died, and the old forces were destroyed. The benefits that these forces originally controlled lost their original owners, and naturally needed to be redistributed and divided. In the Guyue clan's upper echelon, there were many elders who originally had a share of the entire village's profit cake. But now, only Fang Yuan and less than 10 elders were left, but the cake was still there. To split this big cake, there was naturally a need to compete. Political fights, although not as bloody as the wolf tide, plots and calculations, cold wind and traps, were deep and dangerous. Originally, Fang Yuan was the only newly promoted clan elder. He had great momentum and was in the limelight. But now that he admitted it, destroying his own political future, it was equivalent to giving up the chance to compete with the other clan elders for the profit cake. In an instant, the threat level of Fang Yuan in the hearts of the clan elders decreased by many times. The many gazes towards Fang Yuan, the pressure contained within was clearly reduced. At this time, clan leader Guyue Bo sighed, since Fang Yuan has already admitted it, then as the clan leader, I have no choice but to punish you for deserting. According to the clan rules passed down by the ancestors, deserters will be stripped of their clan elder positions. According to the family rules passed down by the ancestors, those who deserted in the face of battle would be stripped of their positions as family elders. However, the final outcome will be decided by me and a few other elders. We will decide according to the circumstances. But no matter the result, I hope you can accept it. The others all had different expressions. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not speak, as if he had already accepted his fate. Guyue and Yao Ji cut off one of their arms. His life was saved. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness. Fang Yuan had one as well. It was just that he gave up even more. He even gave up his status as a clan elder. His biggest problem now was the sudden appearance of the Tai family's father and daughter. If he got involved in the political whirlpool and suffered from political strife, the situation would definitely be even more dangerous. I'm willing. This was life. The identity of an elder was originally for better cultivation. That's why I used it. For the sake of immortality, I embarked on the demonic path and could even give up my life. What else was there to be unwilling to give up? The position of family elder, Fang Yuan did not feel the slightest bit upset or regret in his heart. This was the wisest choice. Moreover, although there would be a punishment, it would definitely be light. After all, there was a lack of clan elders now. As a rank 3 Gu master, his strength had to be taken seriously. The clan leader had to punish him and also borrow Fang Yuan's strength to stabilize the village. Thus, he had to appease him. As for the other clan elders, Fang Yuan had already withdrawn from this crucial political game and was no longer a threat. Moreover, he would not kill Fang Yuan. If he forced Fang Yuan to retaliate, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Although there is a clan system, what is a system? A system is a tool used by those in power to protect their benefits. On one hand, it is used to control and divide the benefits of those in power, and on the other hand, it is the rules of the game used by those in power. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Regarding these aspects, he could see them clearly. Right now, the most important thing is still the Tai family's father and daughter. Damn it, they actually came faster than I expected. They arrived before the wolf tide had even retreated. But such actions are in line with Tai Shueleng's character of hating evil and risking his life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt pressured. Even though Tai Shueleng was injured, his battle strength was not something that Fang Yuan could compare to. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse, this was the logic. I want to leave the village, but I also need to avoid the Tai family's pursuit. How can I get out of this? Fang Yuan was vexed. This Tai family's father and daughter were not as easy to fool as Jia Fu. Moreover, Fang Yuan's cultivation was low. Even if he had thousands of brilliant plans, he did not have the ability to execute them. What could he do? The difference in strength between rank 3 and rank 5 was huge. Everyone, I have something to say. At this moment, the silent Guyue Bo Yen suddenly spoke. His face was pale, and he had dragged his heavily injured body here. He could not drink alcohol and could only drink tea. But what he said next was shocking. I have to be honest about something. The reason why Lord Fang Yuan could not appear in time was because of me. What? At once, the other clan elders were shocked. Oh, what do you mean? Guyue Bo asked. Fang Yuan also looked over, but he hid his shock. Why would this Guyue Bo Yen speak up for him? Even though Fang Yuan had something on him, during this wolf tide, the Qi faction's successor, Guyue Cheng, had already died on the battlefield. Even though the Qi faction had already done their best to protect Qi Cheng. But the battlefield was always the place with the most accidents. Furthermore, during the wolf tide, everyone was in danger. Many times, they could not even take care of themselves, much less others. When a person died, the information that Fang Yuan had on him was no longer useful. But why did Guyu Qiuyen take the initiative to cover for him? Guyue Yen sighed. To be honest, my granddaughter, Guyue Mo Yen, has already fallen deeply in love with elder Fang Yuan. My granddaughter, Guyue Mo Yen, has already fallen deeply in love with elder Fang Yuan. Before this, she personally begged me, kneeling on the ground and crying, not willing to see Fang Yuan die on the battlefield. I only have one granddaughter, and because of my selfishness, I forced Fang Yuan to stay in the residence and drugged him. Only when he chased after the Thunder Crown Wolf did I let him out. So it was all my fault. It was all my fault. It has nothing to do with Lord Fang Yuan. What? Oh, is that true? The clan elders revealed doubtful expressions. Guyue Bo Yen's words were a bit too far-fetched, and the credibility was not high. It is normal for young people to fall in love. Guyue Bo nodded, looking meaningfully at Fang Yuan, trying to find some clues from his face. But Fang Yuan had already lowered his eyes, his expression calm. No emotions could be seen. The clan leader did not know what to say. The other clan elders were also exchanging glances, not understanding why Guyue Bo Yen was so biased towards Fang Yuan. His words, exonerating Fang Yuan, was sacrificing his own reputation, destroying his own political future. Guyue Bo Yen continued, Elder Fang Yuan, in order to protect my reputation, was willing to bear the blame. But I have already missed it once. How can I make another mistake? This is the truth. How should I punish him? Please enlighten me, clan leader. I plead guilty and submit to the law. If I am to be stripped of my status as an elder. This old man is willing as well. The clan leader hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Chiu Yen has worked hard and made great contributions, this is understandable. Humans are not plants, how can we be emotionless? Now that the clan has many things to do, we need a loyal official like you. But this is a personal affair, how to punish him still needs to be discussed. Today, we have an esteemed guest. Let's not talk about this first. Brother Tai, this one and all the clan elders toast you. Saying so, Gyuebo stood up. The rest of the clan elders also stood up, raising their wine cups. Everyone is too polite. I will have to trouble everyone in the future, I hope everyone can understand. Tai Shueleng did not put on any airs, standing up and drinking a cup of wine. Inside the Qi faction's courtyard, the fragrance of plants, fake mountains, clear springs, the sound of flowing water. In the night sky, the bright moon hung high like a plate. The banquet had ended long ago. Fang Yuan sat in a pavilion in the courtyard, listening to the sound of the spring water as he calmly put down the teacup in his hand. Sitting opposite him was Guiyuel Yen. After the banquet ended, he invited Fang Yuan over for a chat. Come, drink another cup of tea. This bamboo leaf clear water tea is perfect to cure the hangover. Guiyuel Yen smiled, personally pouring a cup of tea for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he watched the tea being refilled, only saying, "It is indeed a tea to cure the hangover." Saying so, he shifted his gaze outside the pavilion. All he saw was a pale white moon, shedding a clear light. Under the moonlight, the courtyard was quiet and elegant, but with the mottled shadows in the wind, one could faintly see that the Qi faction courtyard was in decline. During the banquet, Fang Yuan had already seen through Guiyuel Yen's thoughts. Now that he saw this scene, he was even more certain. The Qi faction had no one left. With Guiyue Cheng's death, the entire Qi faction would lose its heir. Although Qiqing still had a sister, Mo Yen, the clan's rules were passed down from generation to generation, favoring males over females, and the family business would only be passed down to males, not females. Even if Guiyue and Mo Yen became rank 3 in the future, they would be promoted to clan elder. But her family business did not mean that the Qi faction was legitimate, it only belonged to her. If she married in the future, the family business would be transferred to her husband's name. If a clan's political power lost its heir, it would have no future prospects, and no one would follow them. The Qi faction was already in a difficult situation, facing the danger of collapse. But the heavens always left a way out, the Qi faction was not in a hopeless situation, there was still a sliver of hope. This sliver of hope rested on Guiyue and Mo Yen. Although she was a girl, she could still marry. If this son-in-law entered the Qi faction, his status would be justified, and he could inherit the Qi faction. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not show any signs of speaking, Guiyuel Yen cursed this sly lad in his heart, but he had no choice but to speak first. I wonder what Elder Fang Yuan thinks of my Qi faction. He had his own difficulties that he could not speak of. Ever since he was heavily injured, his cultivation had fallen to rank 2, and there was no possibility of him returning to rank 3. Right now, he was only relying on goo worms to conceal his true aura. But paper could not cover fire, there would be a day when he would be exposed. His only heir had already died, and he had fallen to rank 2, losing his clan elder status. Guiyuqiu Yen was in urgent need of a helper who could hold up the situation. In the past, he had a high status, and the Qi faction occupied a huge portion of the profit pie. Now that the clan's power was reshuffled, he did not seek more benefits, as long as he could protect the portion he had, it would be the greatest victory. Chapter 177. The sunset clouds overflowed with coldness, the silver hand spun silently. Bai Ningbing looked at the night sky through the window. A bright moon, sparkling and translucent, hung in the night sky. Wolf howls could be heard from afar, adding a sense of desolation to the moonlight. In the study room, Bai clan leader sat by the side, his face revealed a despondent expression. Just now, Bai Ningbing had told him about the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, 10 Extreme Aptitude. Bai clan leader muttered. I feel that I don't have much time left, my aperture is gradually unable to bear the burden. These years, I have caused you trouble. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. His expression was calm, the morbid wildness and madness of the past had disappeared. Replacing it was a sense of tranquility and peace. This tranquility came from the heart. He, Bai Ningbing, had found his own path, and was no longer troubled by life and death. Everyone grows up. Under the stimulation of life and death, one could become even more mature. The moonlight was like water, pouring down, shining on Bai Ningbing's white skin. As the light flowed, his blue eyes had a trace of profoundness. A beautiful young man with snow-white hair and white clothes, he was like an immortal in the clouds, attracting the attention of others. How can this be? When I tested your aptitude back then, it was clearly a grade 99%, it was not the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Bai clan leader still could not accept it. That is indeed the case. But in the process of cultivation, there was a day when my aptitude rose. I have checked the clan's records, and this situation was also recorded in the books. 99% of a grade aptitudes have the possibility of becoming 10 extreme aptitudes during cultivation. Bai Ningbing said. 10 extreme aptitudes defy the heavens, the great Tao does not tolerate it. Even the 10 children of Renzu did not have a good ending. Sigh, is there really no way to save it? Bai clan leader looked at the beautiful young man in front of him, feeling pity and regret. He was the pride of the clan, the hope to rise. But he did not have much time left, his life was coming to an end. Even though he was becoming more and more resplendent, but like fireworks, he could only be dazzled at the last moment. There is no way to eradicate it, but there are some ways to delay it. But these methods require many years of preparation, and I no longer have the time. At this point, Bai Ningbing smiled faintly. He was calm and collected, as if he wasn't talking about himself, but an unrelated outsider. It doesn't matter. Who didn't die? True immortality does not exist. As long as you live a wonderful life, that's enough. He comforted the chief instead. I can't accept this. Absolutely not. Damn it, my Bai family has been suppressed by the Guyue family for hundreds of years. We finally had hope, but this is the result. No, there's still a glimmer of hope. There's still hope. The clan chief's voice grew louder and louder. Then, a look of determination appeared on his face, as if he had made up his mind. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. He stood up and said. After a while. The moonlight was like water, shining on a deep pond. Could this be the spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. Led by the Bai clan leader, he walked through a long secret passage and arrived at this place. Not bad. This was the forbidden area of the clan, the location of the spirit spring. As you know, the foundation of every clan is a natural spirit spring. They can use it to produce yuan stone for cultivation. Our Bai family is only a small to medium-sized clan. Only after we swallow up the Guyue family and the Xiong family, and possess at least 3 spirit springs, can we be considered a large clan. The Bai clan leader sighed. Then why did you bring me here, clan leader? The Bai clan leader showed a complicated expression. He turned to look at Bai Ningbing, and his expression became hesitant. I never thought of bringing you here. But life is unpredictable. I didn't expect you to have the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Your only chance is in this spirit spring. What's in this spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. There's a great deity. The Bai clan leader said solemnly. Great deity? Bai Ningbing was surprised. Great deity is a respectful title for it. It's a snake goo left behind by our first ancestor. It likes cleanliness, and feeds on the spirit spring water. It has always been secretly residing in the spirit spring. The Bai clan leader introduced. Back then, before the first ancestor passed away, he set up the inheritance treasure and left behind this snake goo as a clue. If you can get the recognition of the great deity, it will lead you to the inheritance treasure. If you can't get its recognition. The Bai clan leader hesitated. Then what will happen? Bai Ningbing asked. The Bai clan leader's expression was solemn. Then it will kill you. At the same time, Guyue village. In the room, Tai Ruanan kept her investigative goo and nodded in satisfaction. The environment here is not bad, it's clean. The clean she was referring to was not the cleanliness of the room, which was clean and tidy. It was because there were no surveillance methods in the surroundings. But there were definitely none, that was impossible. After all, Tai Shueleng was a rank 5 expert, he was too much of a threat and had to be guarded against. But the defense and surveillance of Guyue family was just right, the level was very low, and did not cause any disgust. It could even be understood as overly enthusiastic reception. Thus, Tai Ruanan commented that it was clean. Tai Shueleng nodded slightly. Ruanan, you have followed me for so long and have indeed learned many things. But some things have to be done by yourself, just watching from the side is not enough. Thus, I will let you solve this case. Father, I will definitely work hard and do my best. Very good. Then let me ask you, what will be your first step? Tai Shueleng purposely tested her. Tai Ruanan laughed, suddenly turning her body to look at the moon outside the window. The moon is bright tonight. Father, do you have the mood to follow your daughter to tour around this Guyue village? Tai Shueleng's lips finally showed a gratified smile after hearing this. Starting a case was not to be in a hurry to understand the details of the case. Surveying the surroundings was the first step to solving the case. The Tai family father and daughter strolled slowly on the streets. After resisting the wolf tide's terrifying attack, the Guyue village was in a sorry state. The bamboo buildings had collapsed and were covered in blood. Miscellaneous items were piled up everywhere, and from time to time, the soft moans of the injured could be heard. The Tai family father and daughter walked a large circle, and during this time, both of them were silent. Fang Yuan, you stinking brat, get out of here. Suddenly, a roar came from within the courtyard. The Tai family father and daughter could not help but stop. After a while, the door opened, and Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and walked out with a faint smile. It's little brother Fang Yuan. Not far away, Tai Shueleng took the initiative to greet him. This little one greets Lord Divine Investigator. Fang Yuan withdrew his smile and cupped his hands. Little brother, the two of us have just arrived and are not very familiar with some places. I wonder if you can explain a thing or two to us. Tai Shueleng suddenly invited. Tai Ruanan glanced at her father, but did not say anything. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to meet them, but he did not expect this opportunity to be delivered to him. The two of you have traveled tens of thousands of miles and tirelessly come to solve this case. The entire village should assist you. Both of you, this way please. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance, not showing any signs of guilt as he walked in front. The spirit spring bubbled like boiling water. Suddenly, with a splash, the spring water surged up like a wave. After reaching a certain level, the spring water split apart and splashed everywhere. A slender white snake covered in snow scales stepped on the waves, showing its elegant figure. Its eyes were like jade, indifferent like jade, revealing a cold indifference. On both sides of its head, there was a pair of long whiskers that fluttered in the wind like an immortal's ribbons. Rank 5, White Form Immortal Snake Goo. Greetings to Great Immortal. Bai clan leader excitedly kneeled on the ground and anxiously instructed, Bai Ningbing, why aren't you kneeling as well? I never kneel to a goo. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted, his body straight like a spear. Even though the white form immortal snake goo emitted a faintly cold aura, concealing a dense killing intent, Bai Ningbing had no fear. But Bai Ningbing had no fear, his blue eyes staring straight at the white form immortal snake Gu's snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped. The spirit spring and Bai clan leader became irrelevant in the background. Under the bright moonlight, the blue-eyed youth was like a painting, and the silver-whiskered white snake was like an immortal, gazing at each other. After a long while, the white snake suddenly cried out and turned into a white rainbow, crashing into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's body shook, and the rainbow entered his aperture, turning into a white snake. The white snake occupied the center of the primeval essence, immediately pushing the surrounding Gu to the side with a domineering attitude. This situation. Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match the clan's records. There were corresponding records in the clan's records. Once a Gu master is acknowledged, the white form immortal snake Gu would carry the inheritor and ascend to the sky, obtaining the treasure in the sky. But the current situation was somewhat strange. The white form immortal snake Gu entered Bai Ningbing's aperture, not killing him. It should have acknowledged him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ningbing and directly ascend to the sky? Could it be there was a mistake in the records? At once, Bai clan leader couldn't understand. Time slowly passed. Guyue village is like this. Then there was the underground karst cave. But that is the clan's forbidden area, outsiders can't enter. Fang Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the night sky and continued, it's getting late, why don't you two rest early? You will have the energy to solve the case tomorrow, right? He, Elder Fang Yuan is right. Thank you Elder Fang Yuan for your guidance along the way. Elder Fang Yuan, please return. Tai Shueleng said. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and left decisively. Tai Shueleng looked at Fang Yuan's back with interest, only retracting his gaze when Fang Yuan turned a corner. Ruanan, what do you think of this Fang Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him, my intuition tells me that there is a shadow behind him. The young girl Tai Ruanan frowned. Tai Shueleng nodded, I know you have the intuition Gu, which can increase your intuition. But we pay attention to evidence when solving cases, intuition alone won't convince people. Don't rely on your intuition too much, don't use intuition Gu to solve this case. Yes, father.